retired historic preservationist.
Good morning. My name is Fred Belden. I'm a principal with Clearscapes Architecture in Raleigh.
My name is Mary Beth Fitz. I'm a research archaeologist at the Research Labs of Archaeology at UNC Chapel Hill.
I'm Josie Ward. I'm an architectural historian and preservation consultant in Asheville.
I'm Jim Harper. I'm the interim associate provost and dean for the School of Graduate Studies and professor of history at North Carolina Central University.
Joe Opperman, historical architect with Joseph K. Opperman Architects.
Okay, and we have Newell Clark online. Mr. Clark, would you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, good morning. My name is Newell Clark. I'm the former mayor of the city of Lexington, and I am a private business owner and work in real estate and development now, and also serve on the Education NC board. I'm board of director with Ed NC as well, but happy to be here, folks.
Yeah.
Good morning, I'm Ramona Bartos. I'm the administrator of the State Historic Preservation Office.
And I'm Darren Waters, the State Historic Preservation Officer, Deputy Secretary here in the department.
Start on the side of the room. We'll start with the board.
Specialist in the State Survey National Register Program. Morning, Julie Smith, National Register and Survey Specialist based in Raleigh. Right, I'm Claudia Brown, Survey and National Register Specialist.
Hi, I'm Hannah Beckman Black. I'm the preservation specialist based in our Western Regional Office in Asheville.
I'm Christy Bramley. I'm the certified local government coordinator and local government coordinator for the state of North Carolina.
I'm Bethany. I'm the architectural survey coordinator and based in the Asheville office.
Sarah Woodard, branch supervisor for National Register and Survey here in Raleigh.
There, I'm part of our which that's
Awesome. And we'll start this side.
Yeah, I'm Caitlin instead. I'm an architectural historian with Heritage Institute.
Hi, I'm Carl Davis. I'm here with the Davis Fisher Family Cemetery. I'm Matthew Jorgensen. I'm an archaeologist with SWCA Environmental Consultants here in Raleigh, and I'm here as a spectator. And I also like to bring my junior staff to show them the holy grail that our industry is kind of aiming towards.
Sarah Wiles, architectural historian, SWCA.
So I'm Wayne Dozier. I'm an archaeologist with him for SWCA.
Welcome, everyone. That's great. Okay. Just a reminder to the committee members in particular to complete your paperwork before you leave today. It's important reimbursements. And also a reminder to all of us that the meeting is being live streamed today. So that there's people out in the world who are hopefully listening. And conflict of interest, if anyone has a potential financial gain from any of the study list or natural record nominations, just let us know. Please, we'll ask you to recuse yourself at that time. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes from our June meeting? I know I have a couple that I sent earlier to you, Sarah. Maybe you sent some corrections.
I wasn't here.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there anyone care to make a motion to accept the meeting, the minutes from our June meeting?
So moved.
Thank you. Joe Opperman, is there a second?
Second.
Mary Beth Fitz. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay.
Aye.
All right, those are accepted. All right, we are moving on to remarks from Dr. Waters.
I'll be brief, Mr. Chair. Thank you all again for being here. Feel like I say the same thing each time I make any remarks, but you have a very robust agenda today, so I don't want to delay you all and get into that. You'll notice that there are 3 members of the committee who are not here because they've rolled off. And so I just wanted to mention them by name, and that was David Ruffin, Dr. Denard, and Dr. Johnson, and thank them again for their service on this committee. And as the rules are, we have to have certain members who come from the Historical Commission. They were all members of the Historical Commission. So we're waiting on appointments from the governor's office onto the commission to make some new decisions about who will be joining you as members of this committee. But thank you all so much for your work. I've had a chance to be traveling around the state lately doing things related to the National Register. So it has been great to be out there and just be an advocate for the work that this team is doing on a daily basis. I really do appreciate the work that they do. It is so fun to sit through these meetings and just to hear these stories about these particular structures and homes. So again, thank you so much for being willing to serve. This is a big lift that you're doing. I think a great service to the people of the state of North Carolina. So thank you so much.
Ramona?
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you. Briefly as well, because we want to have all the time that we need for this big agenda today. But I just want to thank my colleagues at the State Historic Preservation Office and Office of State Archaeology. There's so much work that goes on behind the scenes to get prepared, and Sharon Hope makes all of the day possible with making sure that this meeting is set up. I want to especially thank Sharon for that. Just a couple of quick statistics that I thought you would find interesting. We've been looking. We just came back from the Preservation North Carolina statewide annual conference, so we had a chance to look at some statistics which Dr. Waters presented. But it might come as no surprise to you because you see everything and are so conscientious about reviewing it. But last fiscal year, we had a 25% increase in National Register listings. So we had 32 last year and 108 study list presentations, and that's a 23% increase. So about 25% more we're seeing, but we did not have 25% for our staff capacity. So that's particularly want to thank the staff for their continued hard work. And Beth King is our statewide survey coordinator, and we have 2 new surveys that are underway. One is in Clay County out in the west, and the other one is in West Southern Pines, which I think is because of a National Park Service grant, if I'm not mistaken. So we're very, very excited about that. In June, we submitted, not just me, but the whole office submitted a new emergency supplemental historic preservation fund grant from the National Park Service. Congress appropriated about $50 million, and unlike previous appropriations for, quote, emergency, usually hurricane grants, this was for any disaster, FEMA disaster that occurred within a 2-year period. And for us, Helene was, of course, the one we were most interested in. So we put together an ask for staff capacity because Helene, anytime we have a huge hurricane like that, there are issues we need to deal with, especially Section 106, but also learning what happened to our historic places. So having survey opportunities. We also put together, thanks to Sarah's hard work, we had a proposal for digitizing all of our architectural survey records. They're still just in paper. We digitize as we go, but we need a full-fledged digitization effort that links to ArcGIS. So altogether, that's a $3 million ask. We were expecting to hear something in late August, and we haven't yet. So we're anxious to see what will become of that. And just for environmental review purposes, as you all know, we have a responsibility to weigh in for different kinds of development and infrastructure projects, including FEMA projects. And so we have already, at the end of September, reached our 2024 numbers. So we expect at the end of this year, we'll be at 130 to 140% of what we had last year. And last year, that was almost 4,000 projects statewide, 4,000. So in any case, that's a quick review. And I also want to thank Christy Brantley for getting out and doing CLG training at this time at Hendersonville and Southern Pines. And then coming up in the spring, we expect to have Durham and go out to the east. So you all are welcome to come to that as well, because I think that's very, touches very much what you're doing here as well. So that's my report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ramona. Well, we're almost ready to begin the agenda. I have one note I want to highlight, which is we have a special treat today. When we break for lunch, we are taking a short trip down to archives to look at original pay records for enslaved workers for the Harlow Canal. It's just a rare opportunity. Mary Ruffin has worked with archives to make that accessible for us. So that's primarily for the committee, but if anyone else would like to go, they certainly can too. We'll try to keep it to 15 to 20 minutes if we can, just because we do have a full agenda. And with that, we are ready to begin our agenda. We have one minor adjustment to the schedule, which is we are going to start with one study list application because the staff presenter has to leave for a wedding. He has the opportunity to do that.
Yeah. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah, so we'll begin with Will Nassif. And Will, would you like to start, please?
Yeah, can y'all, I'm just making sure y'all can hear me okay.
Yes.
Okay, and you can see my screen perfectly fine?
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes, I apologize.
just thank you guys for being accommodating. I really appreciate it. Like y'all said, my name is Will Nassif. I'm an underwater archaeologist at the North Carolina Underwater Archaeology Branch at Fort Fisher. And today I'm presenting on Shell Castle Island. And the image you see in front of you is one of the only surviving depictions of this island, and it's on a beautiful picture, which you'll see again in a second. But I wanted to start with this to kind of give you a framework of what it actually was. This was a distribution center, a trading point, a place for ships to unload and load cargo at Ocracoke Inlet. This was the brainchild of two gentlemen. You can barely make out the name on the image in front of you of Mr. John Wallace, who is affectionately called the governor of Shell Castle Island, and John Gray Blunt. And this was their way of trying to create a monopoly of sorts on the lightering and piloting trade that was necessary for ocean-going vessels coming into or coming through Ocracoke Inlet, as well as the vessels going out of the inlet. So with that, I'll give you guys a map depiction of where this island is located. You can see on the right-hand side, Ocracoke Island and the harbor, and right due south of the site point is Portsmouth Island. And so it's advantageously placed in between these two communities that sprung up to serve the need of transporting cargo through this inlet. This site has been assigned the OSA site number 31CR477, as well as the UAB site number OKI0001. So it has been a recorded site. There has been limited research done on it, and I'll share all that with you throughout this presentation. Now, going back to the actual picture itself, and thinking of the question of why here, and I've alluded to it a little bit earlier, but in a more detailed sense, Ocracoke Inlet offered one of the only feasible inlets for ocean-going commerce stemming from ports on the Pamlico River, the Neuse River, and to a lesser extent those on the Albemarle Sound. Deep drafted ocean-going vessels were able to access the inlet and have their cargoes unloaded onto lightering vessels that could carry that cargo over the bar and onto a shallow drafted vessel for it to be sent to its final destination in the port of Washington, New Bern, Edenton, Bath, etc. A lot of our information about this site in an archaeological context comes from a master's thesis by a gentleman named Philip McGuinn. It's entitled Shell Castle, a North Carolina Entrepot, 1789 to 1820, and Historical and Archaeological Investigation. And so a lot of the text that I will use is coming from this gentleman's research into this site because it does a great job of illustrating the archaeological potential that's there. And so henceforth, from his thesis, the greater community of Ocracoke Inlet lay at the intersection of major waterborne roadways. A significant portion of the state's commerce passed through this nexus, carried on invisible post roads. The relative ease of water transport in the 18th century enabled the development of decentralized trading networks like this one as part of the larger trading area of the Atlantic seacoast. The establishment of the Shell Castle enterprise at Ocracoke in 1789 created a new entrepot at the site of the largest commercial intersection in eastern North Carolina and supplied this much needed distribution center for goods, the rich natural resources that the state had during this early statehood. John Wallace and his partner John Gray Blunt had the vision to launch an enterprise designed to create a monopoly on these maritime services at the inlet and to provide their mercantile ventures with a competitive advantage over other tidewater merchants. And these are there's no image that I have found of Mr. Wallace. This is his grave marker that's actually still located on a neighboring island of Portsmouth, so it's still in the vicinity, and a depiction of John Gray Blunt on your right-hand side. Construction at Shell Castle occurred in stages. Land needed to be reclaimed from the water before buildings could be constructed, and piers and wharves were required to operate the entrepot. All construction materials needed to be obtained from elsewhere and shipped to the island, and the reclamation process itself consisted of adding ballast stones, shell, turf to the island and holding them in place using crib-style wharf construction. And this cycle happened periodically over time, namely in 1790, 1792, 93, and in 97. And each time it was to enlarge the island and make it and accommodate new industries as well as new peoples that were inhabiting that place. By October 1790, the first cycle of land reclamation and construction was complete, and Shell Castle was in full operation. By 1795, the entrepot was 1/2 mile in length and 60 feet wide. By 1797, the island possessed a warehouse, several dwellings, and a separate ship's chandlery store. With the completion of the seawall in and around 1800, the island reached its zenith. The operations then included a warehouse, a store, 3 dwellings, a tavern, and according to the picture illustration, another building. And this is the last known evidence of modifications and land reclamation being done on the island. Every construction activity that took place from this point forward was more of a maintenance and trying to repair damage from storms. There was a lighthouse, or a beacon, would be a more appropriate term, that was built on Shell Castle in the vicinity of it. And it represents one of the earliest light structures in North Carolina. It was completed by 1803. There is a little bit of a debate when actually it happened, but by 1803, certainly the lighthouse was there, the light beacon. But this was still 14 years after the Assembly authorized the light to be built there, 9 years after the U.S. Congress passed the law to establish it, and 5 years after the contract was approved. And that was all due to just working conditions and finding a labor force as well as materials. This lighthouse light beacon was destroyed by a storm in 1818, and it was replaced by a light vessel in the winter of 1820 and 1821. With John Wallace's passing in 1810, it really signified the end of the island, and natural forces as well contributed to the island itself, losing its importance in this maritime commerce. The deep water channel that allowed these loaded lighterers to get to it, as well as to get out of the inlet to these ships, had slowly started to migrate away from this island. And then a hurricane occurred, which destroyed most of the buildings and dwellings that were on it. Prior to a storm in 1846, the castle, the island itself, was listed as having 25 acres. In the next valuation, several years later, only 1/2 acre was listed of sellable taxable land and listed with a value of $10. So over time, natural forces as well as the passing and business interests of these gentlemen turned elsewhere. It slowly declined in itself and lost its functional life. There's a couple of cartographic sources I just wanted to show y'all. I was unable to find some of the earlier depictions of this island, but this is all stemming from after it ceased to function as a trading center. The first one is an 1852 U.S. Coastal Survey map. And just zooming in, and you can see Shell Island and the castle, as well as Beacon Island, and this all formed part of a complex that was made by these 2 gentlemen. Moving forward to the U.S. Coastal Survey 1855 map, zoom in again. Again, you can see the reference to Shell Island and the castle and its relationship between Ocracoke Inlet and Ocracoke Island and Portsmouth. And the last map, a 1910 U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey. Zooming in again. It's a little grainier, but you can make out Shell Castle as well as Wallace's Channel, which was named after Mr. John Wallace. So it's interesting that this location still remained visible and noted in the landscape for it to be included in all of these coastal survey maps in the subsequent later part of the 19th century. So moving forward into the actual archaeological evidence that the Office of State Archaeology and Underwater Archaeology Branch has on file for this site. Prior to Mr. McGuinn's thesis investigation, the UAB had conducted no archaeological investigation of OKI 0001. So this, during the 1990s, was really the first foray into seeing what this site possesses. And you can see, if you remember the map from earlier, it's really not in an accessible location for research to be conducted on it. But this gentleman was interested in it, and he conducted his thesis research there. So for 2 field seasons, ECU and UAB collaborated in May of '95 and April and May of 1996. Again, from Mr. McGuinn's thesis, the archaeological survey and mapping of Shell Castle fulfilled 4 research objectives: to define the site boundaries of the Shell Castle community, to locate, examine, and map terrestrial and submerged cultural resources at Shell Castle, including the ballast debris field, the building and wharf foundations, and any material culture that was found. Third, to locate and examine the remains of the beacon. And 4, to locate and examine submerged cultural resources in Wallace's Channel adjacent to Shell Castle. At the time of these investigations, again in 95 and 96, the National Audubon Society owned the island and operated as a bird sanctuary. I'm unsure as to who currently owns it. The most recent source that I found on that was a 2017 Coastal Review article, which still stated the Audubon Society maintained ownership of the island. So that's the last reference that I have personally seen to that. So from the thesis again, the field survey of Shell Castle and Wallace's Channel confirmed the location of the site on Shell Castle Island. The surface reconnaissance and mapping of the island detected a number of artifacts, features, and structural remains. The remote sensing survey and diver investigation identified an extensive stone pile in Wallace's Channel. The site itself contained features and artifacts spanning approximately 400 feet. And throughout the thesis, he alludes to that the natural processes that have taken its toll on the site have actually expanded the artifact scatter stemming from it to an area of approximately 700 feet. So it's found in the waters all around what was, visible in 1995. So you can see the site plan before you that Mr. McGuinn and his colleagues came up with of the Shell Castle site. And we'll hone in on one specific section in a little bit. But as you can see in front of you, the Shell Castle site rises from the sound with the central area covered by sand and dune grasses, with the greatest relief on the island and the northern and western portions of it. He notes that structural features present and recorded on site consisted of wooden beams for the crib wharfing that was used in the land reclamation process, as well as the seawall, building foundations of wood and stone, as well as large brick scatters and stone scatters of ballast, etc. Focusing in on the southeastern corner of the site plan, the investigation noted sand, shells, and stones covered the wooden beams that continued along both axes into Shell Castle as the beams approached the shoreline. The ground cover and limitations of this thesis investigation precluded people from actually digging and excavating, but they were able to hand fan and probe and trace these features into the deeper sediment, so to confirm that they continued under it and that they are still present in the landscape. A building foundation of stone and mixed concentrations of stone, brick, and mortar were recorded at 4 locations on the site, and this is one of them that was in the southeastern portion of the site. The more complex concentration was stone, brick, and mortar that formed an L shape as recorded. Like I mentioned earlier, there was a remote sensing component to this archaeological investigation of the waters around Shell Castle Island that included a side scan sonar survey as well as a magnetometer survey to detect any changes in the Earth's magnetic field. It identified 7 anomalies in the project area, 2 of which were particularly promising. The first was the pile of remains of a more modern channel beacon, as we often find in underwater remote sensing surveys, a lot of modern debris. The second contact proved to be a little more impressive. It was a jumble of quarried stones that was found arising from the sandy seafloor and formed the suspected Shell Castle beacon site. Subsequent diving investigations revealed that the pile consisted of quarried stone measuring 60 feet by 80 feet and rose 12 feet from the channel bottom. Neither the ballast stone nor the quarried stone were associated with the Outer Banks area, and therefore presumably were brought to the site. And so as I start to conclude, the big question that I always had is, so what? What makes this site unique and important? So the field work confirmed the use of crib wharfing to create the seawall. Again, research questions were based off of confirming if that Liverpool transfer picture I showed you at the beginning was an accurate depiction of what the site looked like, and the sense of the wharfing structure and the construction methodology it does. The archaeological field work did support that conclusion. Although the feature found in the southeastern section of Shell Castle exhibited only the top layer of logs, the tight joinery at intersections, and the close alignment of the timber to the illustration pointed towards being of crib wharfing. In addition, the size of the ballast fill and shell would have needed the tight crib wharf design instead of the open cob wharf in order to prevent wave and tidal action from eroding the fill from within the wharf structures. Overall, the archaeological findings answered many of the research questions posed in his thesis. The size of the developed area of Shell Castle was confirmed, and the general pattern of construction pertaining to the seawall, the wharfs, and other building foundations appeared to match the patterns that were shown in that picture. However, the findings of the surface reconnaissance and the divers only provided, preliminary answers that obviously would need further investigation to further support or refute. The only question that he had and he pondered is, were these quarried stone that he found in the channel, were these actually related to the beacon itself? There was no material culture located within them or around that particular component of the site. And there's records of the Union Navy employing a stone fleet of sorts at Ocracoke Inlet, much like they did in Charleston several years later, where they would sink large vessels laden with stone to try to block the inlets for the Confederates to be able to use to transport commerce and to raid Union commerce. So that's one particularly promising area of potential further research into the site, is confirming where and actually how this beacon was constructed. And so I'll conclude with showing you guys and talking over just some modern satellite imagery of relatively modern satellite imagery from Google Earth of the remains of Shell Castle. And you can see in the images before you, and you'll see in the later images in the next couple slides, you can still make out components of that rectangular structure of the seawall and the wharfing and the evidence of the reclamation process of the island itself. So additional surface and underwater archaeological investigations should be done to validate or reject the hypotheses that were explored in Mr. McGuinn's thesis. Additional surface survey would provide further data on the site's features and identify additional areas of high probability for these features to be present in. Research would determine details of building orientations and dimensions. Analysis of the ballast rock, soil, and wood could answer additional questions pertaining to the construction methodologies, as well as, we have a fairly good idea of where these materials were sourced from. Most of it was from Portsmouth and the neighboring islands, but there is the potential for things to have been brought from elsewhere to help construct these islands. And as you can see, as we're flipping through these last couple of images, this site is rapidly transforming into a underwater site. There's very little terrestrial component of the site left, meaning that there is the chance for, I would think, actual further work to be done, as there's no need to try to accomplish two different archaeological field methodologies in one field setting. It could strictly be diver-based to be able to record the features that may still be present there. But regardless, I think this is a great candidate for inclusion in the study list because it is a unique site. As far as my knowledge, there are very few man-made islands to serve a strictly commercial sense, and it was functional for really a brief moment of time. But it served a vital function in our state's growing, or our state's early development as our economy was trying to grow. And all of these ports that were located on the Pamlico River and the Neuse River and just in general, other merchants needed a way to get their goods out of North Carolina. And inevitably, they had to pass through Ocracoke Inlet. And this site was a major component of that maritime commerce. So I'm happy to answer any questions that y'all may have, but that concludes my presentation.
You will? Any questions for Will? Okay. You care to make a motion on this study list application?
Motion to accept Shell Castle, the study list.
Second, Dr. Harper, thank you. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Thank you. Any no's? Okay, that motion passes and that is approved. Thank you, Will. Good luck with your wedding this weekend.
Thank Thank you all. I really appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Okay, we are now going on to National Register nominations. We're beginning with the Western Region and Hannah, back to you.
Okay. So, unless otherwise noted, all photos were taken by the nomination authors. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, a little technical difficulty, but so I have three National Register nominations for you all today, one from the Western region. And this is the Hans Rees Tannery Historic District. It's located in Buncombe County. And it's south of downtown Asheville and indicated on this map by the red arrow in a historically industrial area now known as the River Arts District. The Hans Rees Sons Tannery Historic District is nominated for local significance under criterion A in the area of industry. The period of significance begins in 1907, the year of the oldest surviving buildings on the property, and ends in 1955, the year the tannery was sold. The Hans Rees Sons Tannery, first established in 1898, was one of the earliest and largest industrial scale tanneries in Western North Carolina. It was one of the largest producers of leather transmission belting in the country and one of few, if not the only, tannery in the country, according to a company pamphlet, that completed the tanning process from start to finish, first extracting tannins from locally sourced bark, second, processing and tanning the hides shipped on the adjacent railroads, and third, finishing the tanned hides into leather products that could be shipped to consumers. The tannery suffered a devastating flood and fire in 1916, which destroyed some of the complex's earliest buildings. By 1926, the tannery featured 30 buildings on 22 acres and employed over 300 people. Their yearly output totaled over 5.5 million pounds of finished leather materials. The complex continued to expand until the company was sold in 1955, with the decline of the tanning industry locally. So there has been some loss of buildings over the years associated with the complex, most notably the tan yard and beam house, which is circled in red on this photograph, where hides were soaked in vats, and it was demolished circa 2000. This important part of the tanning process is otherwise represented in the experimental tan yard, which is shown in the yellow circle on the photograph, which remains in the district. Despite losses over time, the complex retains sufficient resources to interpret the process of tanning and finishing leather products. So let's take a look at the district resources. And there are two things that you will notice as we look at these photographs. It was, of course, heavily damaged and impacted by Helene flooding, with water coming up to the second floor of the buildings along Lyman Street, which are those buildings that you see on the top two photographs. And the buildings still retain a fair amount of integrity given the widespread damage. Also, there is a lot of mural artwork adorning the buildings, as you see in those lower photographs. And that's mostly relegated to the eastern half of the complex. However, the original design and architectural features are still apparent on these buildings, and they are still able to convey their original use. So starting with the leather warehouse from circa 1913 with additions from circa 1917 and circa 1926. the Scouring and Rolling House and Currying Shop, which is the largest building on the complex and most visible from the road, from 1917. There's a modern warehouse building, which is the only non-contributing resource in the district, and it is from circa 1965, and as you can see, had a lot of damage to it. This is the tannery washroom and locker room circa 1926, and it is among the contributing buildings the most visibly damaged from the exterior, but overall the form remains intact despite some walls missing, of course. This is the tannery office from circa 1907. You can see it most clearly in that top left photograph. And there was a circa 1913 addition and a brick warehouse and experimental tan yard addition circa 1929 and 53. And a blacksmith shop from circa 1917. Oops. And the engine room and powerhouse from circa 1907. The nomination identifies 8 tanneries in Western North Carolina at the turn of the 20th century, and of those identified, the Hans Rees Sons Tannery remains the most intact and unaltered. C.J. Harris Tannery, further west in Jackson County, is the only other extant tannery identified, but it closed in 1928 and converted to the Silva Paperboard Company, and most buildings on the complex date to the paperboard company years or have been highly altered. The boundary is drawn to encompass approximately 8 acres over 3 separate parcels to include the buildings associated with the historic tannery, while excluding several buildings to the southwest that were built after the tannery ceased operations. A review of the nomination by the Office of State Archaeology determined that it did not warrant a statement of archaeological potential. And we also received CLG comments that the Historic Resources Commission believes the property or the district meets criteria for National Register listing. And I want to note we are joined today by Caitlin Hernstedt of Heritage Consulting Group, who was the author of the nomination. So.
Everyone, I just wanted to say that it was a great pleasure writing this company. I really appreciate you all taking the time to read it and do it.
So I don't know if we want to break for questions. This is the only Western property.
Yeah, go ahead, Jen, with your next 2, and then we'll take.
Oh, get through the next 2. Okay, great. Great. So moving on to the central and southeastern region, we have the Garfield and Green Streets Historic District, and this nomination was funded in part by a certified local government grant awarded to the city of Statesville. This district is located in the Iredell County seat of Statesville and encompasses a large historically Black neighborhood just southeast of downtown in the downtown commercial core, with the location indicated here by the red arrow. It is being nominated for local significance under criterion A in the areas of ethnic heritage, Black ethnic heritage, social history, and civil rights. The period of significance begins in 1886, when burials began at its oldest extant resource, the Green Street Cemetery, and ends in 1973 with the construction of the Calvary Presbyterian Church, after which new construction in the district slowed. The neighborhood is marked on this map in the yellow star. African Americans settled in the area during Reconstruction, building homes, churches, a cemetery, schools, and businesses, and establishing the center of the African American community in Statesville. While other Black neighborhoods, also labeled on this map, developed through the historic period in Statesville, none were as large or had the same concentration of community resources as Garfield and Green Streets. The district encompasses approximately 95 acres, and district boundaries were determined according to the density of developed area north of the Norfolk Southern Railroad tracks and around the historic core of the district at the intersection of Garfield and South Green Street. So it's a little small on this map, but Garfield Street runs here, and this is South Green Street here. Of the 176 primary resources identified in the district, 139 are contributing. The district is primarily residential, with extant homes constructed between circa 1890 and 1973, and include examples of traditional vernacular, craftsman, colonial revival, period cottage, minimal traditional, and ranch styles. These homes belong to educators, pastors, church members, professionals, business people, working class people, and their families. Commercial resources date from circa 1925 to circa 1962 and are concentrated along South Center Street at the west end of the district and Garfield Street through the center of the district. Businesses included the Little John duplex, which housed Little John's Cafe, Little John's Barber Shop, and a dentist office and real estate office in the 1920s. Rankin's Barbershop and Econo Wash Laundromat, which developed in the 1950s and 60s. Two other notable businesses include the Rutledge and Bingham Mortuary, established in 1922 and still operating today in this 1966 building, as well as the Peterson and Mangum Funeral Home, established in 1933 and operating in this building from 1943 to 1972. There are 4 churches within the district. The Center Street AME Zion Church, built in 1903, was individually listed in the National Register in 1980 for its local significance under Criterion A in the areas of ethnic heritage, Black, and religion. The nomination for the church, however, does not adequately support significance in the area of religion as we would expect it to today. So it is not included in the district nomination as an area of significance. The church was also listed under Criterion C for architecture, and because of this, architecture is an added area of significance on the form. 3 other churches include First Baptist Church, Calvary Presbyterian Church, and Scott's Chapel Methodist Church, all of which replaced earlier church buildings for these congregations in the district. The district contains the Mid-Century Morningside School and Morningside School Annex, which serve local Black students grades 1 through 11, as well as the site of Billingsley Memorial Academy, a private Presbyterian school from 1906 to the 1930s. Across from Morningside School is Garfield Park, which developed in the 1950s as a recreation center. Residents of the district made significant contributions to the local civil rights movement, organizing and participating in nonviolent protests, demanding desegregation of local schools, businesses, and public spaces, calling for an end to discrimination in housing and employment, and district resources including the Center Street AME Zion Church, Garfield Park, and Morningside High School were the locations of large rallies that called for voter participation and the end to school segregation. As such, the district is significant for local civil rights history. Overall, the district retains sufficient integrity to convey significance despite common replacement materials to resources, including siding, windows, and porch materials, and loss of some buildings resulting in scattered vacant parcels. A review by the Office of State Archaeology determined that the district appears to possess archaeological potential, and that statement is included in the nomination. Additionally, we received comment from the Mayor of Statesville and the Statesville Historic Preservation Commission that they believe this district meets criteria for listing. And my last property is the Machpelah Presbyterian Church. It is located in Lincoln County in the Iron Station vicinity, approximately 10 miles east of the county seat of Lincolnton. Machpelah Presbyterian Church is nominated for local significance under criterion C in the area of architecture with a period of significance of 1848, corresponding to the date of construction. The church embodies the distinctive characteristics of a rural mid-19th century Greek Revival style church in Lincoln County. The property fulfills criteria consideration A as a religious property that derives its primary significance from its architectural importance. During the late 1700s and the 1800s, Lincoln County was the center of iron production in the Piedmont region. The church was established by the Grahams and Brevards, two prominent local families in the iron-making business. Though the precise origins of Machpelah Presbyterian Church remain unclear, it is likely the two families wanted to have a place of worship closer to their respective homes and a family burial place, which is located directly east of the church within the nominated boundary. Is this moving forward on its own? It is. Sorry about that. So here you can see the Machpelah Presbyterian Cemetery and its proximity to the church. Machpelah Presbyterian Church reflects the regional interpretation of Greek Revival church architecture and still is moving on its own. Sorry, everyone. Interpretation of Greek Revival church architecture of the mid to late 19th century. Characteristic of rural churches of the period are its simple rectangular gable front form, which you can see in this photograph, and symmetrical facade with paired entry doors. Elements reflecting the Greek Revival style include the use of Flemish bond brickwork, a decorative brick cornice evoking a simplified classical entablature, and evenly spaced 9/9 wood sash windows. Overall, it has very good integrity. Changes to the exterior include a white paint that was applied to the brick in the 1950s and shutters that were added in 2006. And then in this photograph, you can see there's some stucco added to the rear gable and around the 1930s. The interior has a double aisle plan and a gallery at the rear. Interior details display a restrained classical influence with fluted woodwork and plain corner blocks on the window surrounds. And the pews and altar also appear to be original. There are few other Greek Revival buildings in Lincoln County, and the closest comparable church from the historic period is the Salem Union Church, which was listed in the National Register in 1995. And it originally had a similar appearance to Machpelah Church, but was altered in 1914 when the two flat lintel entry doors were converted to pointed arch windows and an entrance tower was added. Machpelah retains its historical setting and association with the Machpelah Cemetery, a contributing site which lies to the northeast. The Grahams and Brevards originally used Machpelah Cemetery as a family cemetery, but following the church's construction in 1848, it was open to the congregation. Surrounded by a low, dry, stacked stone wall, burials in the cemetery began in 1801 with the burial of Polly Graham and contains approximately 105 grave markers, with the most recent marker from 2014. The National Register boundary encompasses 24.5 acres, including the church, cemetery, and the full extent of the legal tax parcel, plus a portion of Brevard Place Road, which bisects the parcel. It also extends into the right-of-way along Old Plank Road to encompass land historically associated with the church and cemetery. And a review by the Office of State Archaeology determined that the nomination appears to possess archaeological potential, and this statement is included in the nomination. And we received comments from the Lincoln County Board of Commissioners and the Lincoln County Historical Properties Commission that they believe the property meets criteria for listing. So that's everything I have for y'all.
Any questions for Hannah?
I just have a comment about the Hans Reese Tannery, which is just to say that this complex has survived now 2 historic floods, and I am, as an Ashevillean, very aware of how vulnerable that whole river corridor is, and I'm so pleased to see that it's getting the recognition that it deserves. And also I agree with, and I'm pleased to see that the graffiti art isn't deemed damage to its integrity. I still think it perfectly reads as its historic self, despite that very vibrant art. So,
and I will note that we ran it by the Park Service because we were also a little concerned about how they would feel about the graffiti public art. And overall, they didn't think it was a concern as long as there was a strong integrity statement, which I believe Caitlin did a good job of explaining. So.
For a technical observation, we've talked about it before, but with Macpilla, with the property, I understand that the historic extent of the property, but anytime we overlap right away, it just introduces potential regulatory red tape if anybody ever.
Yeah, certainly. And we had another instance recently with another church, I think that was listed on our last go around. I know Claudia reviewed that, Lane's Chapel, where the advice from the Park Service, I believe, was to include that that road that bisected the parcel.
Further questions? I'd like to just continue with the agenda and we'll vote with these as a group, if that's okay. So we'll move on to Julie Smith.
Let me just. Is it? Starters. Is this yours? Yeah. Yeah. I think just like this. It's a share. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, everyone. I, like Hannah, have 3 in our presentations today. My first presentation today is Winnebago, located in Brunswick County. Winnebago is located near Highway 17 in the vicinity of the unincorporated community of Winnebago, not too far from the Cape Fear River in Wilmington. Located at 677 Governor Road Southeast, Winnebago, the house, log outbuilding and sheds sit on almost 2-acre parcel about 20 to 25 feet above sea level in the drainage of the Rice Creek, a tributary of Town Creek in the Cape Fear River. The house faces approximately 30 degrees north of east, but for simplicity of the description, it faces east. Winnebago is being nominated at the local level of significance under Criterion C in the area of architecture as a well-preserved embodiment of the distinctive characteristics of Greek Revival style in Brunswick County. Its period of significance is approximately the year it was built, circa 1845. The 1845 Greek Revival house was built for Daniel L. Russell Sr. and his wife Elizabeth, and is believed to be the birthplace of their son Daniel L. Russell Jr., North Carolina's governor, from 1897 to 1901, and also the property's later owner. The 2-story double-pile center passage form has weatherboard siding, a metal sheath side gable roof, and a parge foundation. The symmetrical 5-bay front elevation is shaded by a 2-tier porch dating to the 19th century. The double gable end brick chimneys have been partially removed due to poor condition as a part of an ongoing rehabilitation. So here's the facade from the other oblique angle, and the front doors surround detail with transom. The rear and side elevations show a 1-story 19th century porch extending across the rear and a second half of the 20th century's side screened porch. Floor plans with some photo keys, photo photo key views show the central hall plan and later one-story wing addition. The interior retains most of its original trim, including Greek Revival mantel, a center passage stair, 5 and 6 panel doors. The second floor split landing and a south front bedroom. And here we have some interesting photos in the attic space. A mix of hewn and vertical sawmill rafters were lapped and pegged at the ridge. The rafter pairs have mismatched Roman numeral building markers, in this example, 7 and 10. 2 rafter pairs have additional numerals which do match rafter to rafter. Cut nailed wood shingle roofing survives on the back plane of the main roof, encapsulated by the rear roof extension construction. A large smokehouse stands to the south of the house and measures approximately 20 by 26 feet in dimension. The north-facing round log building is sided with wood shingles attached with cut and wire nails and has a side gable roof sheathed in metal. The rafters and the full-length roof boards they support have extensive blackening, which appears to either be smoke residue or charring or both. At the center of the roof ridge is a brick-lined flue hole. There's also a circa 2000 metal shed in the parcel, which is a non-contributing resource. Winnebago is being nominated at the local level of significance under criterion C in the area of architecture for its period, and its period of significance is approximately the year built, circa 1845. The Office of State Archaeology reviewed this nomination and provided a statement potentially noting there is high potential for archaeological resources relating to the operations of the homestead, indicative of domestic and cultivation practices at the time, such as naval stores and turpentine production. At this time, there's no investigation has been done to discover such moraines, but it is likely they exist and should be considered in any development or assessment of the property. So that's all I have for my first one. Should I continue?
Please.
Okay. My second presentation is the Logan Neighborhood Historic District located in Concord, Cabarrus County. I also want to note that several of the slides from my presentation were created by the consultant for a public meeting in Concord. Cabarrus County is in the western Piedmont and Concord is the county seat. The Logan neighborhood is south of the downtown commercial core of Union Street, of the North Union Street National Register Historic District and west of the South Union Street National Register Historic District with the red star. The Logan neighborhood encompasses approximately 220 acres. It consists of nearly 800 historic resources, including homes, churches, schools, and community buildings. The neighborhood's layout is shaped by its rolling topography, combining curvilinear and gridded street patterns. This, along with the historic lot sizes and building placement, helped the district retain its historic character. Architecturally, the neighborhood reflects its growth over time, from vernacular frame houses of the 19th century to craftsman, minimal traditional and ranch homes of the 20th century. The Logan Neighborhood Historic District is locally significant under National Register Criterion A in the areas of ethnic heritage Black, social history, community planning and development. Established in the late 19th century, Logan started as an informal collection of modest rental houses erected for Black occupants and grew through the third quarter of the 20th century into a thriving residential, commercial, and cultural center anchored by institutions such as the Logan School and Barbara Scotia College. The neighborhood was home to both working class residents and professionals and supported a range of businesses, social clubs, and religious institutions, reflecting the resilience and self-sufficiency of the Black community during the era of segregation. The district's period of significance begins in 1876 with the construction of Braves Hall at Barbara Scotia College and ends in 1972 following civil unrest sparked by a shooting of a Black man by a white store owner. Logan began to take shape during Reconstruction when African Americans were able to purchase land and establish permanent homes. One of the most significant anchors was Barbara Scotia College, originally known as Scotia Seminary. The school was founded by the Presbyterian Church to educate African American women. Graves Hall, built in 1876, quickly became a symbol of progress and determination in the community. Alongside the college, churches, social organizations, and businesses formed the backbone of daily life, creating a foundation for the thriving neighborhood. During segregation, Logan developed into a fully contained community. Businesses such as barbershops, beauty parlors, restaurants, and funeral homes and grocery stores met the community's needs. Social life revolved around churches, schools, and an array of community clubs. And just a lot of those businesses can be seen in the Sanborn maps here. In the years that followed, Logan saw modest new construction. As the Logan community faced new pressures from development, the neighborhood retains its historic homes, churches, and institutions that preserve its identity. Also significant under community planning and development, Logan illustrates a mix of non-platted growth and planned subdivisions, adapting street layouts to topography. Early plats of Logan neighborhood include Colberg and Linville in 1904 and Hilton in 1906, introduced both grid and curvilinear street patterns. Later plats dating from 1925 to 1945 were mostly gridded with uniform lot sizes. The neighborhood shows continuous development from the 19th century into the mid-20th century, retaining cohesive character and integrity. And these are just some earlier homes along Tournament Drive Southwest, which was in the Colberg platted subdivision, right in the middle of the neighborhood. Though there are some vacant lots in Logan, most of the neighborhood is densely populated and mainly residential resources. These are some examples of the many religious institutions in the neighborhood. In sum, the Logan Neighborhood Historic District is being nominated at the local level under criterion A for ethnic heritage, Black, social history, and community planning and development. The period of significance extends from 1876 to 1972. And the Office of State Archaeology reviewed the nomination and stated that information obtained from archaeological research in the historic district could address various topics related to Concord's social history, including the character and experience of daily life in the African-American neighborhoods. At this time, no investigation has been done to discover these remains, but it is likely that they exist and should be considered in any development within the historic district. And Logan's also in Concord, which is a certified local government, and both the City Council and HPC recommended the nomination for listing in the National Register. My last nomination to present is the Downtown Roseboro Historic District. And also several slides of this presentation were made by the consultant for a public meeting in Roseboro. Roseboro is located towards the western edge of Sampson County, about 50 minutes to Clinton, the county seat, and about 30 minutes east of Fayetteville. The initial development of Roseboro started in late 1889 and appears to have been directed by two land speculators who were identified as the landowners on the plat map filed in Sampson County Courthouse in November of that year. According to the 1889 plat, the town of Roseboro originally encompassed roughly 40 acres that were divided into a grid with the site of the planned railroad station near its center. And this plat is oriented with north at the bottom, so you actually have to turn it around, but to read everything, it's this direction. The railroad right-of-way passed through the center of town, dividing it east and west. One of the central blocks was designed as the depot lot. The Cape Fear and Yadkin Valley Railroad made its inaugural trip to Roseboro in December of 1889. So one of the first buildings constructed in Roseboro was likely the railroad depot, which was destroyed by fire in 1896. And a new building was constructed by March of 1897, and that's likely the depot in the updated photo at the top right. And the building still exists today, although somewhat modified, and it has been shifted from its original site, moved a couple of times, but it's still roughly in the same area. Here's the boundary map for the district. The nomination for downtown Roseboro consists of 34 contributing and 10 non-contributing resources. The former rail line is on the eastern portion of the main downtown core and flanked by northeast and northwest railroad streets. It's kind of the upper right portion of the photo. The former Fisher Insurance Building on Railroad Street is thought to be the oldest extant building in Roseboro. Constructed around 1897, it has housed numerous businesses, including a medical practice in the front room building in 1908, and Whitfield Tart, later founder of Roseboro's Tart's Drugstore, established the pharmacy in the back room. And from about 1966 to 78, the building housed the insurance office of William Fisher, grandson of whom the building derives its name. Beginning in the second decade of the 20th century, bolstered by the county's strong agricultural economy and its access to the rail transportation, Roseboro entered a period of growth and saw its commercial and manufacturing sectors flourish and its building stock expand and diversify and its population multiply. The main street was extended and construction became more substantial, and improved municipal services brought the town into the modern era. Roseboro's period of progress and prosperity did not get off to an auspicious start when a fire spread in spring of 1910 and wiped out a large portion of the businesses. Local merchants recovered quickly, and the McLand building seen here was erected around 1912 to 13 by J.M. Starling, who acquired the land for $100. And 2 years later, it was sold to Al and Henry McLand for $5,000, an increase in the property value corresponding to the construction of the brick commercial building. The McLand building contains 2 storefronts and was divided by a central wall. In 1938, Al McLand conveyed the eastern part of the building to Henry and the western half to his son, William. In May of 1921, a severe storm described in one paper as a tornado passed through Sampson County, caused great destruction. And a second disaster that year, in December of 1921, Roseboro suffered another devastating fire that destroyed 7 commercial buildings on the south side of the West Roseboro Street. This 2-story building at 109 West Roseboro Street was built by a local merchant, George Thomas, as a general store in 1922, and it replaced an earlier building. The Brewer Starling Clinic at 212 West Roseboro Street was founded in 1937 by James Street Brewer. That year, Dr. Brewer built a 1-story brick building on the lot to house the clinic that he managed in partnership with Dr. Wyman Starling. The Brewer Starling Clinic specialized in the treatment of eye, ear, nose, and throat conditions. It was known throughout the county. In the early 60s, Roseboro's business section was tightly packed with a variety of stores and much larger, more complete than its population of 1,300 would indicate. New construction in the downtown took place mainly on the periphery, such as this. By 1964, Roseboro had located its post office to a 1-story brick and concrete building at Northwest Street, seen here on the right. The Atlantic Coastline Railroad, which had acquired the Cape Fear and Yadkin Valley Railroad, saw its profits decline in the 50s. And by 1964, the Atlantic Coastline had reduced operations to Roseboro to twice daily freight on a single track, and there were no passenger services. The railroad was no longer a major means of commercial transportation and had been replaced by a network of state highway routes. ACL merged with the Seaboard Airline Railroad to form Seaboard Coastline Rail in 1967, marking the beginning of the end of Roseboro's long history with the railroad. And the former rail bed was converted to a landscape median with a modern art installation and a war memorial circa 1950. That's in the 2 left photos. And the depot can be seen set back from the street on the right photo. This is looking down West Roseboro Street. And this is looking back the other direction on the north side of Roseboro Street. And some buildings along the south side of Roseboro Street. In the corner of West Street looking south is the upper left photo. So downtown Roseboro Historic District was being nominated at the local level under criterion A in the areas of commerce and C in the areas of architecture. Their period of significance begins with the oldest extant building of 1897 and extends to 1967. And that concludes my 3 nominations.
Are there any questions or comments for Julie?
Yes.
Joe?
Help me with this, on the, Winnebago, what is the period of significance? What's the time?
It's circa 1845.
Help me with this.
Yes.
If I remember correctly, the front porch was a 5-bay in the historical photograph.
Yes, sir.
It's now a 4-bay.
It's 5.
Wasn't it 4-bay or?
Oh, I'm doing all sorts of wrong things. Let me start. Will this start from the beginning? No. We did have some discussion about the period of significance, but because it's C, it's usually not a range of time. It's just the period of the construction. And there was some discussion about it being a circa date or not. And the Park Service, I believe we talked to them about this one specifically, or we looked at some other ones from other states, and that's a fine period of significance.
Yeah, I think it's an early structure, clearly, and I'd like to see it kept, saved, given recognition, et cetera. I just wonder how, I didn't know if there was a range, and if I remember, isn't that a 4-bay, a 3-bay, or? Right. 3-bay?
Door. Center door, and then 2 windows on each side. And then the shed 1-story addition.
They had, I thought we had 4, well, I guess so.
I can go back to the
Mistaken.
historic photo. It's a good catch if you, no, I think it's the trees are maybe hiding the windows, but you have window here, window here, door, window.
Is it more on the top level? Is it more, what is it?
I think it's also a door, that's the porch on the second level.
I'm mistaken.
I also had a question about the Winnebago nomination.
Okay.
Which is regarding its unusually large smokehouse.
Yes.
Which seems likely, the size seems likely related to the fact that he was the largest enslaver in the county.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not investigated extensively in the nomination. I wondered if that's because it's a criterion C argument, or if
which part is not investigated enough?
The explanation for the unusually large size of that smokehouse, which is a contributing building.
I think it is a contributing building, and I do think that there was a little bit of concern about, not concern, but discussion of extending the period of significance because we didn't know when that was built. It could have been a little bit later than the house. But yeah, it's really large, and I mean, it could honestly be its own thing. The consultant had not seen anything larger than that in Eastern North Carolina and was really fascinated by it. So I can see if there's any way to beef up information about it, or it could just be it's really large. We don't know. Yes, Marina.
Is there any, I'm trying to recall, the agricultural schedules for the census oftentimes outline livestock. I don't know if maybe that could be checked on.
Okay. I don't know if that was.
I only have swine or something like that in the list, if I recall.
Yeah.
I chose for this.
The Russell family owned the entire county basically at the time. And so yeah, there were numerous other outbuildings, and that's why archaeology thinks that would be a high probability of finding information about the life on the farm and plantation and enslaved people, and on all of that history could be. It was a really lengthy statement of archaeological potential. So.
Any other comments or questions for Julie? I'd like to just take this first group as a group if we can, please. So would anyone care to make a recommendation? Make a motion for the Hans Reese Sons Tannery Historic District, Garfield and Green Streets Historic District, Machpelah Presbyterian Church, Winnebago, Logan Neighborhood Historic District, and Downtown Roseboro Historic District. Jim, thank you. Second. Ms. Moore. Okay, and we'll now vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you, everyone. We are moving on with Claudia Brent.
Oh, there we are. Just use the arrows. All right. I have one nomination to present to you this morning, and this is the City Memorial Hospital and Nurses Home in Thomasville, Davidson County. To orient you are two images taken from our office's GIS HPO web. In the middle of the upper image is Davidson County, immediately southwest of Greensboro and Guilford County, with Thomasville circled in red near Davidson County's eastern border. And in the lower image, a closer view of Thomasville, with red circling the site of the hospital and nurses home, several blocks south of the town's central business district, marked by the blue symbols. Here is an aerial view of the parcel containing the nominated resources: the hospital towards the middle, the nurses' home at lower left, and an ambulance garage at lower right. The heavy black line denotes the boundary of the nominated area of 4.12 acres, which is all of the tax parcel except for the portion that includes the public street along the left or west side and a small section of municipal right-of-way on the south side. As indicated on this view, City Memorial Hospital was built in 1930, and then it was enlarged twice in 1941 and 1953. And as you'll see in a minute, well, maybe this isn't, I thought I had a pointer. North Carolina's burgeoning economy encouraged the construction of many new hospitals and the expansion of existing facilities during the early 1920s. Davidson County's first hospital opened in Lexington in 1924, and its later 1946 building was listed in the National Register in 2012. But it would be 6 more years before Thomasville citizens no longer had to travel 11 miles to Lexington or 7 miles to High Point for hospital care. Public-private partnerships enabled the complex's construction. Contributions from the Thomasville community and the Duke Endowment subsidized the cost of the 1930 31-bed hospital, as well as the 1934 nurses' home and the 1941 third-story hospital additions. Here you see Thomasville's City Memorial Hospital as originally built, 2.5 stories on a slightly raised full basement. The operating room was in the top half story, and I'm pointing this out for reference when I show you the interior in a few minutes. It was designed by noted Greensboro architect Charles C. Hartman in a rather austere rendition of the classical revival style, in variegated buff and gray wire-cut brick, accented with somewhat streamlined classical elements concentrated in the middle of the main facade. City Memorial served both Black and white patients in segregated wards. Many hospitals, some with associated nursing schools, provided separate dormitories located on the grounds for female staff, and in 1934, City Memorial's nurses' home opened, also designed by Hartman. The main facade facing north is at lower left. The rear and east sides are shown at lower right, and a photo of the building taken shortly after it opened is above. Its banded, variegated buff and red wire cut brick walls with coins references the hospital. By the end of the decade, 10 white nurses resided here, while the few Black nurses resided nearby. Over time, improvements to the hospital were made. To attain a higher ranking, the maternity ward, pathology laboratory, and X-ray department were updated, and a nursery created on the second floor in 1938. And in 1941, 2 third-story additions were built in place of the rooftop terraces to accommodate 2 private rooms and a patient ward to the east
and a delivery room and nursery to the west. The design of these additions also was the work of Charles C. Hartman. As the local population increased, so did the need for hospital services. Hospital staff treated approximately 2,132 Black and 2,338 white patients in 1952. That doesn't sound like an approximate number, but a precise number. Passage of the 1946 Hill-Burton Act, which provided federal, state, and local funding for healthcare facility improvements throughout the nation, facilitated the further expansion and modernization of City Memorial Hospital in 1953 that increased capacity to 81 beds. The large three-story basement 1953 rear wing was designed by Greensboro architect J. Burton Wilder in a streamlined design that features a variegated ochre wire-cut brick veneer and cast stone accents, complementing the front block while expressing modernist tenets. As indicated by the matching brick, the stair tower at the east end of the original block was erected at the same time as the rear addition. And you can see that stair tower at the far right, at the lower right image. After the addition was substantially complete, the interior of the 1930 section was remodeled. The third building on the property is a 1950 flat-roof, 4-bay concrete block ambulance garage at the southeast corner of the parcel, shown at lower left. Plans for further expansion of the hospital began in the 1960s, but ultimately it was determined that construction of a new hospital would be slightly more cost-effective than expansion of City Memorial, and that the probability of securing federal and state funding would be higher for a new facility at a different location. And thus that option was pursued. Community General Hospital, a 4-story modernist building with a 164-bed capacity, opened on August 7th, 1971. City Memorial Hospital closed the same day after all patients were transferred to the new facility. Exterior views of the hospital suggest that the last 70+ years have not been kind to it. City Memorial and its nurses' home were purchased for $100,000 in 1973 and converted into 42 apartments. The building served as the Oaks Apartments from February 75 until an April 2015 fire in the rear wing of the hospital. A second fire in January 2022 caused extensive damage in the 1930 building. The current owner purchased the property in 2022 with plans for rehabilitation, but difficulty obtaining funding thus far has thwarted efforts to clean out the hospital and commence the new construction. We had hoped that the building would have been cleaned out by now and look much better on the interior, but that has yet to occur. So I'm warning you, these photos do not look very good. They're coming up. The City Memorial Hospital and Nurses' Home retain integrity of location, setting, feeling, and association as the complex occupies its original site within a residential neighborhood. The building also possesses integrity of design, materials, and workmanship due to the retention of character-defining features of early and mid-20th century institutional architecture, including building form, exterior finish, plan, and circulation patterns. Fenestration clearly indicates original spatial function, and distinctive exterior features of all phases of construction remain in good condition. In the original section, most of the windows were 2/2 double hung sash, replaced with 1/1 aluminum sash in 1974 as part of the conversion to apartments, while replacements in the 1953 wing mostly matched the original configuration of the windows. Although the hospital interior was remodeled during the 74 apartment conversion and suffered fire damage twice, and we admit does not look good today, it retains more integrity than is immediately apparent. The original floor plan of long double-loaded corridors lined by rooms of various sizes is substantially intact, and most rooms retain their original size with minimal partition wall removal or addition. Some original flat board window surrounds with molded edges and the square white glazed ceramic tile on the walls of the third floor surgical suite, shown at lower right, remain in the 1930 building. This image in the nomination that was sent to you gives this image a 1927 date, and that was an error. It has been corrected to 1930. In the 1953 edition, the laboratory, morgue, and kitchen retain cream glazed, oversized rectangular ceramic tile wainscoting and terracotta tile floors, and some of the patient rooms still exhibit their wall plaster as shown in the upper photo. At lower left is the basement corridor. The steel and concrete stairs in the 1953 east and west towers retain original railings with square newels, slender square balusters, and narrow metal handrails. Modifications such as wall coverings ranging from wallpaper to faux wood sheet paneling added to the original plastered terracotta and concrete block partition walls, installation of fluorescent lighting, commercial grade carpeting, dropped acoustical tile ceilings, wood kitchen cabinets and laminate countertops, and bathroom fixtures added in 1974, all are removable and thus do not significantly diminish the building's overall integrity, despite how bad it looks now. Similarly, the interior of the nurse's home is in less than ideal shape. The interior framing is substantially intact, although all wood lath and plaster and wood trim were removed from walls and ceilings by the previous owner in 2021, with the exception of the stair hall, the second floor of which is shown on the right. The hardwood floors in most rooms are sound, many of them under plywood that was laid in 2021 and will be pulled up. And the staircase is intact. The photo to the left shows the intact interior wall of the entrance vestibule. To sum up, City Memorial Hospital and Nurses Home is locally significant under Criterion A in the area of health and medicine, for the intensive level medical care provided to residents of Thomasville and the surrounding area from 1930 until 1971. The Classical Revival Style Hospital, its modernist addition, and the Colonial Revival Style Nurses Home are architecturally important under Criterion C, as they display distinctive characteristics of early and mid-20th century institutional architecture, including building form, finish, plan, and circulation patterns. City Memorial Hospital reflects design standards of the 1920s and 1950s, as well as changes in medical technology, theory, and practice that coalesce with a desire for a fresh, progressive image for new facilities during the mid-20th century. The period of significance begins with the hospital's 1930 construction and continues until patients were transferred to the newly completed Community General Hospital in 1971, encompassing the completion dates of the 1934 nurses' residence and 1941 and 1953 hospital additions, and the 1950 ambulance garage. So I should add that the draft that was provided to you before this meeting indicates that a statement of potential archaeological significance was forthcoming. I should have deleted that heading, as the Office of Archaeology staff reviewed the nomination, determined that a statement of potential archaeological significance is not warranted. There are no previously recorded archaeological sites located within the hospital grounds, and due to the site's location, successive renovations, and modern development, the property is unlikely to contain intact and significant archaeological resources below the surface that either predate or contribute to the period of significance. And finally, both the Thomasville Historic Preservation Commission and the Mayor of Thomasville submitted statements that City Memorial Hospital and Nurses Home meets the criteria for listing in the National Register. Are there any questions?
Questions or comments? Okay, we'll continue forward. Sarah?
All right. Our Lady of Victory Catholic Parish is located in Moore County, which is kind of in the middle southern part of the state. In West Southern Pines, which is now part of Southern Pines. And this is the proposed boundary. The parish comprises 3 buildings, the 1935 gable front chapel, the 1935 hip roof rectory, and the 1942 school. And I'm just going to roll through some pictures while I give you a little bit of history. African Americans settling in Southern Pines in the late 1800s often worked in timber or naval stores, but as the area's resort culture expanded and the timber industry declined, the job opportunities available to Black workers shifted to the service industry. Over time, a Black enclave formed to the northwest of central Southern Pines. This area was first called Jimtown, possibly in honor of James Henderson, a Black educator who owned property in the area. But the name was changed to West Southern Pines, and the town was incorporated in 1923. In 1931, the town of Southern Pines annexed West Southern Pines. And in 1933, Margaret Sullivan, who was a housekeeper for a wealthy Northern family that spent winters at Pinehurst, wrote to the bishop of the North Carolina Catholic Diocese, offering a donation of $600 to support the expansion of services among African Americans in the Pinehurst area, followed by additional money in 1934 to establish a Catholic parish for Black people in the Pinehurst vicinity. This was during a time in which the Catholic Church was expanding in the South and was very intentionally working to reach African Americans. The diocese used Sullivan's contributions to purchase this property in West Southern Pines near a well-established white parish. Sullivan ultimately donated over $1,900 of the $5,000 it took to build and furnish the chapel. And by May of 1935, about 75 to 100 people were regularly attending convert classes. Sullivan, her brother Eugene, and her sister-in-law Mary Sullivan, who was also a housekeeper for the same family that employed Margaret, continued supporting the parish until 1944 when the chapel was fully paid off. Following a successful vacation Bible school program in the summer of 1941, the parish received support for a school, which was completed in 1942. There's the school. The school was successful with steadily increasing enrollment and a reputation for academic rigor. During the 1950s, however, a school for Black students opened in Aberdeen, and some of Our Lady of Victory students withdrew. Other students withdrew as tuition began to increase. Also in the 1950s, the Catholic Church began desegregating all of its schools. Most commonly, when this happened, Black students were moved into white schools and the Black school was closed. And in fact, that's what happened here. In 1961, Our Lady of Victory Catholic School merged its middle school grades with St. Anthony of Padua Catholic School, which was the white Catholic school in Southern Pines. By the 1962-63 school year, Our Lady only had 30 students in grades 1 through first through third. And it was no longer providing transportation for students who lived outside of Southern Pines. So that sort of further decimated the ranks of kids or students who would come here. So at the end of that term in 1963, Our Lady closed and transferred its remaining students to St. Anthony's or to public schools. The complex's blending of shingle style, craftsman style, and the colonial revival reflect a regionally specific hybrid that developed from the resort architecture in the area of Pinehurst, where Northerners applied a New England coastal cottage aesthetic to their Sandhills resort cottages. Our Lady of Victory Catholic Parish is significant at the local level under Criterion A for Black ethnic heritage, education, and social history, and it's significant at the local level under Criterion C for architecture. The period of significance begins in 1935 and ends with the closure of the school in 1963. And this nomination was prepared through a grant, the same grant that had provided grant money in West Southern Pines for some other research y'all have seen lately. Any questions? Yes.
Just wanted to clarify, it's no longer a Catholic parish. It's gone to.
That's correct. The town owns it, and I'm not exactly sure
exactly what they do there, but
The photo of the roof, obviously, it looks like there's a lot of underlines intact material.
yes, there is a lot.
Easy to remove subsequent.
And several of us were here last week. Yeah, because Christie's local government training was in school. So we had hours to experience the entire complex. And personal detail.
Yes, Matt.
Thanks for making the connection to the New England colleges, because that now actually makes sense.
Yes.
Other comments or questions? We will continue forward and we have just a few more to get through.
Great. There you go. I managed to flip flop my order in my presentation, so we're actually going to start with Andrew Jackson and end with Pantego, just so you know. I was going in alphabetical order by name and not by county. So starting with Andrew Jackson Elementary School, which y'all looked at, I believe, last year, I think October of last year, actually, for study list. It's located in Halifax County, and it is located within the boundaries of the Halifax Historic District, but it was not included in the nomination and would most likely be non-contributing. It is situated along St. Andrew Street, northeast of downtown, and occupies the southwest portion of a 9-acre parcel. It is located within the jurisdiction of Weldon City Schools, even though it is located in Halifax. Andrew Jackson Elementary School is eligible for listing in the National Register at the local level under Criterion A in the areas of education and ethnic heritage Black as an equalization school constructed in an effort to stave off full integration in Halifax County. Period of significance extends from 1959 when the school opened to 1970 when the school system was integrated. The school is a one-story concrete block building with a brick veneer and a flat roof with overhanging eaves. Consists of 3 parts, a lunchroom addition or lunchroom auditorium wing to the southeast, a single loaded corridor to the northwest, and between them a double loaded corridor accessed by the primary entrance. And you can see that in that top aerial photo in the left-hand side. Kind of forms this I shape. These photos show the facade of the building. You'll note that the majority of the windows, which are originally large metal multi-light windows, have been removed and enclosed with concrete block. Smaller windows were then installed, and those have now been covered with metal siding because the building is no longer in use. Even after Brown versus Board of Education in 1954, Halifax County and Weldon City Schools were slow to desegregate. Instead, like many counties across North Carolina, the local school board chose to consolidate their existing schools and construct new educational facilities for Black students in the hopes of delaying integration. In 1956, the Halifax County Board of Education proposed a spending plan that included school consolidation and the construction of a new school for African American students. Funded by a local bond, Andrew Jackson Elementary School was completed in 1959. And these photos show you the side and rear elevations. Again, you can see those large banks of windows. Even though they have been enclosed, the pattern of fenestration, that rhythm of fenestration is still represented, even though they've been partially enclosed. There are some original windows still remaining in the admin block as well as in the lunchroom, which we'll see in just a second. This is the southwest and rear elevations of the southeast, or southeast and rear elevations of the southeast wing, which contain the auditorium and lunchroom, and you can see some of those original windows that still remain. The school was named for Andrew Joshua Jackson, who was born enslaved in Virginia, but later was taken to Halifax County as a young boy. At the time, he was known as Jackson Barnes. He later became a blacksmith, and then after the Civil War, changed his name to Andrew Joshua Jackson. He was ordained in the clergy and also worked and donated funding to support education. And there was an earlier school called the Andrew Jackson School that was also named for him, but that was closed after this school opened. Several existing African-American schools in the Weldon City School District, including P Hill School and Allen Grove School, which were both Rosenwald schools, were integrated into Andrew Jackson Elementary School when it opened in 1959. In the fall of '61, Andrew Jackson Elementary School became the first Black elementary school in Halifax County to be accredited by the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. These photos show the interior. The top left is right when you went and entered through the main entrance. Then the top right shows you one of the, I believe, the single loaded corridors. And then the bottom photos show you the auditorium, which is currently used as storage. This is a view of the kitchen as well as an adjacent bathroom. The school continued to serve a segregated student population until 1970, when Weldon City Schools integration plan was fully implemented. The Andrew Jackson Elementary School operated until 2001 when it closed, and the students were moved to Weldon Elementary. The vacant school was targeted in 2 arson attacks in 2019 and 2021, and you can see some of the damage from that here. But overall, the school remains very much intact, especially on the interior. You have the interior plan still retained, as well as those interior light well windows along the top of the wall there, which would provide light and air into those interior classrooms. There's also a 1980 non-contributing prefabricated storage shed. The one in the foreground is still extant. The one in the background has since been removed from the property. And that would be non-contributing. In the wake of Brown versus Board of Education, as well as earlier lawsuits filed by members of the Black community challenging the separate but equal standards, schools across North Carolina constructed new schools and improved existing facilities for Black students in hopes of delaying integration. Andrew Jackson Elementary School is locally significant under Criterion A in the areas of education and Black ethnic heritage as an example of a so-called equalization school constructed in Halifax County during the mid-20th century. The school maintains a moderate degree of integrity despite the removal of the windows and the removal and enclosure of the original windows, as well as the recent fire damage. It retains its original form, interior plan with corridors lined with classrooms, and the majority of its interior and exterior finishes that identify it as a mid-20th century school. This is the National Register boundary for the property. This is what was submitted by the consultant. You can see that includes the entire parcel. We also did receive comments from OSA staff about this property, and they did recommend a statement of archaeological significance. It is located within the Halifax Historic Site, which is an archaeological site. This is an overlay of a 1769 map that shows the location of buildings within Halifax. So our OSA staff member David Cranford noted that there was a high potential for archaeological resources on the property, and that statement will be included in the nomination. Any questions? Okay. We're going to move on to Club Sutton Harlow Canal. The Club Sutton Harlow Canal extends through Craven and Carteret counties and passes through the community of Harlow. The canal is situated within 2 miles of the eastern boundary of the Croatan National Forest. And this canal was study listed in 1989, and then it was determined eligible in 2021. The canal is situated in a rural area surrounded by farmland and wooded lots. Within the community of Harlow, it extends between residential lots along Highway 101 and Bell Farm Road. The Club Foot and Harlow Canal is significant at the state level in the areas of transportation and ethnic heritage Black. The canal was part of a statewide movement to improve water transportation networks during the 18th and 19th centuries. Like other waterways completed during the period, the Club Foot and Harlow Canal was constructed almost exclusively by enslaved labor. The period of significance begins in 1827 when the canal opened for small watercraft and ends in 1910 with the completion of nearby Adams Creek Canal made Club Foot and Harlow Canal redundant and gradually irrelevant for water traffic. Club Foot and Harlow Canal is approximately 3-mile-long artificial channel dug across the peninsula connecting Clubfoot Creek and the Neuse River to the north and Harlow Creek and the Newport River to the south. The width ranges from 70 to 80 feet, and the depth ranges from 2 to 5 feet in the center of the canal. A lack of consistent maintenance has resulted in irregular shorelines and depth due to erosion and tidal silting. 3 bridges cross the canal at State Route 101, Ball Farm Road, and Adams Creek Road. There's also occasional encroaching from docks and shoreline riprap, but most of the area surrounding it is wooded. And you can see some of those docks and the riprap in that right-hand photo. With its barrier islands and narrow inlets, North Carolina's coastal geography presented a challenge to transportation and commerce. Along the coast, cargo from larger vessels had to be transferred to smaller boats for transportation inland. Products from the northern counties were often exported via Hampton Roads, Virginia, while South Carolina ferried products from North Carolina's Broad and Catawba rivers. During the 18th and 19th century, North Carolina's government encouraged the construction of canals to facilitate trade and the movement of goods within the state. The canal linking the Neuse River at New Bern to the Old Topsail Inlet at Beaufort was contemplated as early as the 1760s. The actual completion of Club Foot and Harlow Canal took over 60 years and at least 17 legislative acts. The canal was completed by Club Foot and Harlow Creeks Canal Company in 1827. This is an earlier map, similar to what Will Nassif was talking about earlier, where ships had to be brought in. Those barrier islands were really a problem, and then moving goods was around the state was a bit of a challenge in the early years. Although it was later enlarged by steam-powered dredges, Clubfoot and Harlow Canal was initially constructed almost exclusively by enslaved labor and free persons of color. Canal digging was particularly dangerous and arduous work. Brushes, trees, and stumps were first removed by hand, and once ground was broken, the canal was dug with hand tools in challenging conditions. Black laborers, both free and enslaved, were integral to the development of key water transportation networks in North Carolina before the Civil War. Most, if not all, antebellum canal projects within the state, including the canal at Somerset Place, the Dismal Swamp Canal, and the Roanoke Weldon Canal, were constructed by enslaved persons and free people of color. And as we noted, Mary Ruffin, the preparer of this nomination, located payroll documents from 1822 and 1823 that list the names of the enslaved and free Africans who were working on this canal, and which is a very rare document to have. So I'm excited that y'all will get to see it later. Shortly after it was completed, the canal was already in need of improvement. Its dimensions allowed lighter, flatter boat barges to pass along the waterway, but a deeper and wider canal could accommodate steamships. The first reported steamboat passed through the canal in 1929, but by the early 1930s, the canal, with its shallow drafts and limited water flow, was considered inadequate for larger commercial vessels. Limited toll revenue, changes in ownership, and deferred maintenance led to further deterioration of the canal, and it was functionally abandoned in the mid-20th century. And this is an image of the lighter boats, as they were called lighters, that might have passed along the canal. This is actually from an 1856 article about the Dismal Swamp Canal, which was constructed around the same period. In 1872, ownership of the canal was transferred to the New Bern and Beaufort Canal Company. In 1881, navigation was suspended, and the company embarked on an improvement project to expand and dredge the waterway. The final canal would be 80 feet wide and 10 feet deep. However, progress was slow, and dredging work was discontinued in 1885. The canal's viability for larger vessels was in doubt, given the condition of the approaches where the canal joined the Clubfoot Harlow Creeks. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers cleared the channels, and the canal eventually opened to steamboat traffic. Maintenance of the canal continued to be an issue. The canal had steep banks, and erosion continued to wash sediment into the waterway. Newspaper articles from the early 20th century indicate the canal was slowly filling in and was marred by stumps and mudflats. Heavy rains in 1908 caused portions of the banks to collapse, making passage to the canal difficult. In 1909, the federal government began to develop plans for the intercoastal waterway. There were hopes that Clubfoot and Harlow Canal would be incorporated into the system. However, an alternate route was selected, and Adams Creek Canal was completed just 2 miles to the east in 1910. Afterward, Clubfoot and Harlow Canal was further neglected and eventually abandoned. And this is from a map from an 1887 Army Corps of Engineers report, and you can see the canal circled in red there. But even by this time in the late 1800s, when they were making improvements to the canal, it was already being outcompeted by the railroads and improved road systems. The major waterways, so coastal and intercoastal waterways, were still important transportation networks, but these smaller inland canals were really getting outcompeted by other transportation resources. Clubfoot and Harlow Canal is significant at the state level in the areas of transportation and ethnic heritage Black. The canal was part of a larger campaign during the 18th and 19th centuries to improve the state's water transportation routes in order to facilitate trade and the movement of goods. It also represents the antebellum contributions of enslaved laborers and free persons of color in the creation of North Carolina's transportation networks. Despite being abandoned, the canal maintains its historic path and footprint. Changes to its original design, including widening and dredging, generally occurred within the period of significance and reflect changes in transportation technology. There were also reports of canal locks being used along the canal during the 19th century, but these seem to have been removed during the period of operation. They never seem to really work well. Some docks have been built along the canal, and limited sections are protected by riprap, but these changes are not permanent and have a negligible impact on the resource's integrity. The period of significance extends from 1827 to 1910, and the National Register boundary, which you can see in the map here, extends along the footprint of the 3-mile canal and includes 3 feet to either side to account for historic embankments. And this includes the entire historic boundary of that canal. We did receive comments from OSA staff member Will Nassif for this nomination. As I said, the canal was previously assessed in 2021 as part of a Section 106 review, and it was determined that there was a high potential for archaeological resources, which is echoed in Will Nassif's statement, which will be included in the nomination. Any questions about the canal before I move on? Yes.
Question about the boundaries, and while we're getting to having clear, definitive boundary, is there a better parcel, make the bound, some more definitive?
There isn't.
I mean, does it have the water and 3 feet and mean much? floods out and something else happens, or someone dredges septic. And just worry about understanding the location of it. This is a technical one, not a problem with it.
There isn't a parcel boundary that we can find. Mary Ruffin did a lot of work to find a parcel who owns the property, who owns the canal. And there isn't really a parcel boundary, so to speak. I'm not sure how we would define the end of the canal and then start of the creek exactly, except to look at the historic footprint, which is what was used as a basis of the boundary. And then we included additional couple feet on either side to account for changes over time, because again, it has eroded and probably been built up and eroded again and again. So this one's a little more nebulous. We did look at the guidance in the National Register bulletins for these kinds of resources, for linear resources like this. And I think that based on that guidance, we've done our best in terms of defining a boundary. I'll see if there's any way to refine it further and look at that bulletin again and see if we can find it any further, but it is kind of
adjacent properties.
there are, but they are parcel boundaries.
Right.
So it's so you do have adjacent, let me go back. There are adjacent parcels, but again, you can kind of look at the back of those parcel boundaries, but is that really where the right of way starts? Who owns this? We think the state owns it, but when the company who owned it last went defunct, it should have reverted back to the state, but the state seems to have no record of owning it. So it's kind of a bit of a question. Mary Ruffin, do you have anything else?
I'd also say it goes between two counties.
Mhm.
One county, the adjacent property owners, when you look at their parcel, it stops the canal.
Right.
The other county takes the ownership of the adjacent parcels into the middle of the canal. So there's inconsistency from county to county. It was built by condemnation, and there are court records that show the canal company condemning land to build it.
Okay.
And we do have at least one instance where the state had lent a considerable sum of money to the then operator and then basically took the deed. So at one point, the state did literally own it, and it was transferred by deed. That deed, I can't remember if it's in Trade or Cartwright County. But yeah, again, there are no really good maps. There was one, Hamilton Fulton, who was the first state engineer, did a lot of drawings, but they don't have his drawings and even drew locks, but they are not on the second floor. Some people think he took them back to Scotland when they did that. So it's really, again, looking at the National Register bulletin, there is a protocol for how you define it. And that's what we've applied to it, not for one looking at 3D trading car around on either side of this benefit.
Yeah. And I think, I don't know enough about this, but just to say there are statutes that state statutes that deal with canal ownership and construction also. I don't know how much that would have a bearing on this over contract.
It's something that if you want to think of it as real property, abandoned real property after a certain point, it's chief of the state. If you want to say it's not real property and say it's navigable waterway, then it belongs to the state. Anyway, whether they like it or not, it appears to be a state property.
And there was work done by the Army Corps of Engineers over time. Even I think later in the 20th century, they tried to maintain it or clear it occasionally. So yeah, the ownership and the boundaries of this are a little nebulous, but we tried to do our best using that bulletin, the guidance in that bulletin. So any other questions before I move on to Pantego? The last one I have for you is Pantego School. And it's located in Pantego in Beaufort County. It is situated along Swamp Road, east of 264. Pantego School is significant at the local level in the areas of education, architecture, and ethnic heritage Black as the second Rosenwald school constructed in Pantego Township. It is being nominated under the multiple property documentation form Rosenwald Schools in North Carolina. Period of significance begins in 1926, which is the date of construction, and ends in 1968 when Beaufort County schools were integrated. This nomination was funded by a grant from the Emergency Supplemental Historic Preservation Fund. Pantego School number 2 was one of 6 Rosenwald schools constructed in Beaufort County and was the second Rosenwald school constructed to serve African-American students in Pantego and the surrounding areas. Pantego School Number 1 was a 4-teacher frame Rosenwald school constructed circa 1916. Due to lack of funding, the school did not have a ceiling, partition walls, or sufficient furnishings when it opened to students that year. Pantego School Number 1 was destroyed in a fire in 1921. While little documentation of the event survives, it does appear to have been an act of arson. And this is the card from Fisk University. You can see that $200 was given by the Rosenwald Fund for the construction of that school. And it also notes that it was burned in 1921. And I can't quite read what it says at the bottom. It says burned as a result of feeling something between two factions. I'm not exactly sure. I can't read the cursive handwriting. But there seems to be some indication that this was arson. In 1925, a group of local citizens organized the Willing Workers in order to raise funds and advocate for a new African-American school for the community. Additional funding was provided by the Rosenwald Fund, white contributors, and the state and local school boards. Pantego School Number 2 was constructed circa 1926. Originally known as Pantego Colored School, the single-story side gable brick school housed elementary grades 1 through 6 and secondary grades 7 through 12. There were also wooden outhouses constructed behind the school. And this is also from Fisk University's collection, and this is a picture of the school from probably soon after it was built. In 1946, Pantego's Black residents vehemently opposed a consolidation plan that would move local high school students to a school in Bellhaven. Their efforts succeeded, and Pantego Colored School became known as Beaufort County High School. In 1948, the school board constructed 2 temporary buildings, a lunchroom and a vocational building, behind the school to accommodate an expanded student population. School board minutes suggest that they were reconstructed surplus buildings from Camp Butner near Durham, and neither of those 2 buildings remain extant. Both were demolished by the 90s. And this is the exterior of the school. You'll note that many of the windows have been replaced, but those replacement windows replicate the profile and configuration of the original windows. But there are some original windows that remain on the building. In 1952, the Beaufort County School Board made plans to make improvements to Beaufort County High School. The project included the modernization of the existing school and the construction of a new 4-room classroom building on an adjacent parcel. In 1954, bathrooms were added to the original Rosenwald School building, and new floors were installed in the 1952 classroom building. A second auxiliary classroom building was constructed in 1957 to address overcrowding at the school. The 2 auxiliary classroom buildings have since been renovated and repurposed and are no longer associated with the Rosenwald School, and so are not included in this nomination. And those bathrooms that were added in 54, you can see the flat roof, single-story flat roof additions there. Those are those bathrooms, and they're on either side of the school. These pictures show the interior of the school. It was flooded during, I believe, Hurricane Florence or Michael. It had substantial water in it. Despite that water damage, it retains its original floors, its original ceilings, beadboard wainscoting. The top 2 photos show the auditorium space, and the bottom 2 photos show one of the classroom spaces. In 1968, a federal judge determined that local efforts to integrate the school system were insufficient and ordered that Beaufort County schools integrate during the 1968-1969 school year. In the Pantego district, grades 1 through 7 would attend Pantego School Number 2, or Beaufort County High School, and grades 8 through 12 would attend the formerly white Pantego High School. Beaufort County High School became Beaufort County Elementary School and operated in that capacity until it closed in the spring of 2001. In February 2002, the town of Pantego purchased the 2 adjacent parcels containing the auxiliary classrooms from the Board of Education. In May 2002, the parcel containing the historic Rosenwald School was purchased by the Beaufort County High School Alumni Corporation, who retains the property today and are the sponsor of this nomination. And these photos again show just various rooms in the school. The top 2 are a commercial kitchen that was installed in one of the rooms off of the auditorium. And then the bottom 2 photos show another classroom with that central partition. It was used as a community center rec space before the flooding. So this was kind of a rec room with pool tables and a bar. In addition to the main school, there's a circa 1950 outbuilding, brick outbuilding, which is a contributing resource. Pantego School is being nominated under the multiple property documentation form Rosenwald Schools in North Carolina under criterion A for education and ethnic heritage Black and criterion C for architecture. It is characterized as a school subtype 2 and meets the registration requirements as it was constructed between 1915 and 1932 using funds from the Julius Rosenwald Fund. It also remains in its original location and its original setting within the community of Pantego. The loss of the auxiliary buildings, so namely the vocational building and the lunchroom, do impact its integrity of setting an association, but otherwise it maintains good integrity. It also maintains good physical integrity, although the layout of the school has been slightly altered by the removal of cloakrooms, one partition room between two classrooms, and a partition wall between the hallway and auditorium. Overall, its form, shape, scale, massing, and plan remain largely intact. The windows, some of which have been replaced, replicate the original window configurations. And the school still retains its standing seam metal roof, original exterior brickwork, beadboard wainscoting, and ceilings and wood floors, giving it strong integrity of materials and workmanship. And overall, it does meet the eligibility requirements. And that's what's on the screen is just those eligibility requirements from the MPDF. The period of significance for the school begins in 1926 and ends in 1968. This is the National Register boundary for the school and includes the entire 1.58 acre associated parcel. You'll note the two auxiliary school classroom buildings off to the left there, just outside the boundary. As I said, those are on separate parcels owned by separate individuals. They have been renovated and they are no longer associated with the school or with any educational purposes, as far as we know. The applicants, who are the Alumni Association, chose to focus on the Rosenwald School because that's what they currently own. And even without those two auxiliary buildings, the school still qualifies under the MPDF for Rosenwald schools. And those two auxiliary buildings can always be added later if the property owners are interested. So that is Pantego School. Oh, we did receive a statement from OSA, and they do recommend a statement of archaeological potential, which will be included in the nomination. That's Pantego School.
Questions or comments about any of the three properties that Lauren presented? I have just two, Laura, both on the Andrew Jackson School. One is I'm glad to see that nomination come through after the study list application last year. I'm just nice to see that one completion. And two, also the recommendation from OSA on that one in particular in terms of archaeology. Given that it's inside Halifax, it's definitely critical to see that.
Yeah, it was very helpful to see the map overlaid on top of the property to see just how extensive those would be. And of course, there might be archaeological resources associated with the school, but since it's within a known archaeological site, there's obviously some concern about future development of that property.
I was so impressed by that nomination, how it brings light to a really underrepresented part of the history of segregation and desegregation of schools.
Important nomination.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're at a great point for a motion. We've gotten through the National Register portion. So before we conclude though, I'd like to see if we can get a motion for 5 properties. It's City Memorial Hospital Nurses Home, Our Lady of Victory Catholic Parish, Pantego School number 2, Clubfoot and Harlow Canal, and Andrew Jackson Elementary School.
So move.
Dr. Harper, is there a second? David Bergstone, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Thank you. That motion carries, and we are through the National Register portion, which is great timing because it's a perfect time to break for lunch. So we will do that now. Before we do that, I have a couple of quick announcements. Let's reconvene at 1 o'clock because we, the committee, are taking a brief tour, and I will turn this over to Sarah for help on what we're doing.
Okay, so the committee is gonna go downstairs to the second floor. Mary Beth, your intrepid guide, you guys can just go out that end and use the staircase or elevator on that end, just go down one floor. And you'll take a look at the records with her and come back and have lunch. Other folks can go, but let's let the committee go at the head of the pack, and then they'll also be at the head of the pack for going through the lunch time.
Just don't bring a pocketbook. They won't make you fill out the form to be a researcher, but you can't bring your stuff. Brad can do a pocket.
All right. We'll see everyone back at 1 o'clock, but.
We're doing that right now.
We're doing that right now.
Dr. Harper, you, I think on this building, you work in
We are right at 1 o'clock. We need to double check. Mr. Clark, are you with us? I think he's.
No, that means our quorum is limited for the time being until he comes back to the 7 that are in.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, should we go ahead or should we hold on? Go ahead and.
Quorum, you.
Oh, with me, okay, all right. All right, we are on to the study list section of our agenda, and we'll begin with Hannah Beckman Black.
I have one property for you all today. It's the Chimney Rock Lodge, located in Rutherford County. And here it is in the village of Chimney Rock. You can see, this is pointer work. Yeah, here's its location. Over here is the Chimney Rock Park entrance, and you'll notice the Broad River runs along the rear of the property. And it was determined eligible. That's what the orangish color is showing us. It was determined eligible for listing in 1994. And that 1994 environmental review report identifies 6 early inns in or near Chimney Rock. Logan's Place or Pine Gables was listed in the National Register in 1999. Palace Home or the Rockwood Inn was DOE'd, determined eligible for listing in 2025. Let's see. And then there were 3 others identified. The Mountain View Inn burned in 1955. Freeman's Camp was another identified. The location is at this time unknown, but it was reportedly vacant and deteriorating in 1994. So it's possible it's no longer extant. We didn't have any kind of a survey point on our HPO web for it. Then there's the Esmeralda Inn, which apparently burned in the 1990s and was rebuilt from the ground up. And the last of those identified was the Chimney Rock Lodge. According to that ER report, it survived a 1916 flood and burned in the 1930s. And it's not clear if the original lodge was a complete loss or partially intact or rebuilt. But this is what it looked like before it was rebuilt. So the roof line is very different. So it's entirely possible it's a completely new building. It was owned by George W. Logan Jr., who was the son of Judge G.W. Logan Sr., who owned Logan's Place. And it was renamed the Dogwood Inn in 1985 and now goes by the name the Broad River Inn. So here's a drawing of it from the 80s. And this is what the building looked like in the 1990s. And I want you to note the 1-story porches on each side. And it did at this time have vinyl siding, and it does not appear that they got any interior photographs of the building, but it has its wood windows on the front elevation. And here's looking from the other side of the street. Again, it has 1-story porches. And here's what it looked like before Helene. By this time, it had a 2nd story added to the porches, and to this side, you can see an enclosed porch. And then here is what the building looked like after Helene, which of course was devastated by the hurricane and water rushing along the Broad River. Here's an exterior of the rear elevation, which, let me go back to this, this photo. The material integrity is not much different than what we saw in the 1990s. Although those 2nd-story additions are in place at this time. There's still vinyl siding, but many of the windows on the front elevation still remain, the wood windows. And there were some non-historic additions on the rear that have washed downstream. And then on the interior, this is the room that you walk into, which was the reception room. The mantle does not appear to be early. It was replaced at some unknown date. And there's some possible evidence that the stairs that went to the rooms upstairs might have once opened into this room, and a wall was added to separate the back staircase. This is a dining room on the front, one of the front rooms of the building. And then here are some rear rooms. There's a kitchen at the bottom, an office space, and then there was a room that was added at some later date in the rear. I believe it was a guest room of some sort. And then some more rooms at the rear that were later. That bottom one is a later addition. And the one to the right is the enclosed porch on the side elevation. And then here is the the staircase, and upstairs are several guest rooms that are around a central corridor. And there are various finishes, as you'll see in a moment. Some are historic, some are not. And some bathrooms have been added too. Okay, here are some samplings of rooms. In a lot of cases, they have the historic wood floors intact. And some additional rooms. And overall, it still reads as a historic inn and is a rare surviving inn from the historic period, especially with the great loss in the area due to Helene. On either side of this building, there were several buildings that were washed away. And so staff does recommend placement of the Chimney Rock Inn on the state study list, likely eligible for listing under criterion A for entertainment and recreation. So, any questions on this property?
Questions or comments, discussion? My recommendation is, given the number of study list applications we have, is to take these by presenter. So Hannah only has one. So Hannah, you left out here. Anyone care to make a motion on staff recommendations for the Chimney Rock Lodge?
Move.
Thank you, Josie. Second, Joe Octo. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Right, that motion carries. The study list. And we are on to Central and Southeastern regions. Julie?
And Mr. Chair, if I could just state for the record that we now have, we've gone back to a fuller quorum because Mr. Clark is on,
Yes.
online.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you all after the post-lunch break. My first study list application presentation today is the McFadden Clark House in Clarkton, Bladen County. The photographs were taken by the applicant in January 25, or restoration colleague Jeff Adolphson and myself in August of 25 this year. It is located in the central southern portion of Bladen County, indicated with the yellow star, near the Columbus County line, about 10 miles south of Elizabethtown, the county seat. The McFadden Clark House, indicated with the yellow star, is located on North College Street, just outside of the 1987 study listed district. Here's the aerial view of the parcel highlighted. At one time, the McFadden family owned the entire block. And according to the application, the McFadden Clark House is eligible for the National Register under criterion C for architecture as a locally significant example of a late 19th century gable and wing dwelling. The two-story weatherboarded 1893 house is one of the earliest and most intact residences in Clarkton. The house retains many original features. including 5-panel front door, E-brackets, molded cornices, window sashes of various sizes. Of note is that the porch posts were retained, yet the baluster has been replaced and a portion of the porch was partially enclosed at some point in time. Archibald McFadden married Miriam Eliza Cromarty in 1869. Both of farming families, and Archibald was ordained minister in 1870 and was Clarkton Presbyterian Church pastor until his death. Miriam received a 3-acre parcel in 1893, and the McFaddens commissioned construction of their house and freestanding kitchen. The McFaddens had 7 children, and their daughter Miriam inherited the house in 1928. Miriam had a series of tenants and may have included DeWitt and Gertrude Clark. DeWitt Clark was a surgeon and established a general medical practice before marrying Gertrude Parsons in 1922. The house was sold to the Clarks out of the Clark family the house was sold to the Clarks in August of 1939. DeWitt and Gertrude had 5 children, and it was sold out of the family in April of 2006, but returned to the Clark family ownership in August of 2024. And here's some details of the front, including the double hung windows recently repaired with muttons painted black. The front entry perpendicular to the 1950s brick entry steps. Coming around to the side of the house to the east facing rear L is a later porch enclosure and a new deck from the 2025 renovations. This is the north elevation from the rear. There's also one small shed outbuilding. And before moving into the interior, I wanted to share the floor plan drawings by the consultant. Note they're not to scale and the north is to left. Historic finishes on the interior include heart pine floors, smooth plaster walls, wood ceilings in some rooms, wood window and door surrounds, beadboard wainscoting and entrance hall and south parlor, post lintel, dining room mantel, and wood panels and wood panel doors. So upon entry, you walk into an entrance stair hall. If you turn around, this is the front door entry foyer. The double doors on the left of the photo open into the north parlor. This is the north parlor from the front foyer looking towards the dining room. Around 1980, the parlor's plaster walls were covered with vertical unpainted Pecky cypress boards. Post lintel mantel was replaced, and the plaster ceiling was covered with gypsum board. The Pecky cypress board and shelves and cabinets have been removed, and the brick fireplace surround and elevated hearth were purged in late 2024. This is the south parlor. It was turned into a bedroom at some point, with a closet and bathroom added, and all the bathroom and fixtures and flooring throughout the house have been removed to replace and update plumbing. The dining room features include a narrow board ceiling and post lintel mantel. The firebox was reconstructed with an oversized yellow brick and surround sheath with black glazed tile during the mid-20th century. Wood chair rails and crown molding were installed when the plaster walls were covered with gypsum board. The porch door opening on the south wall was enclosed in 1980 and reopened in 2024. And that's the one kind of on the left. You can see towards it goes to the porch. The kitchen retains beadboard ceiling and plaster walls. There's another view of the kitchen and the later enclosed rear porch. Now we'll move upstairs. The stair hall opens into a narrow hallway with 3 bedrooms. The south bedroom has lots of windows, an updated bathroom. The rear and middle bedrooms now share a newly constructed Jack and Jill bathroom. So some other notable 19th century houses in Clarkton include the most comparable 2-story 1890s George Lennon Clark house, which is 2 blocks up the street. Though the condition is somewhat deteriorated, the integrity is there. When the back porch was removed in 2024, the balusters were used to reconstruct the missing front porch pieces in the McFadden Clark house. The photo on the bottom right is the Oscar Lee Clark House, determined eligible from an environmental review report in 1989. Though demolished in the late 2013, is now a site of a Family Dollar. Hence the old street view picture. There are two in our listed properties in Clarkton, seen on the map on the right in blue. The Depot, a 1915 and an 1865 John Hector Clark House. In the bottom right, it was listed as distinctive example of a coastal college form, but has now been altered and pictured there. The Ann Wooten Macaulay House was also determined eligible from an environmental review report in 89, but likely altered, and there are no photographs in the survey file. So there are many character defining features remain. The plan, the design plan and changes over time are somewhat unknown. Notable evidence of changes to the house include cut siding on the north elevations shown here, which coincides with the front gable two-story stair hall portion. So it's probably hard to tell where you're coming from, but it's about right there, just to the right. You can see where the boards are cut. And the north parlor has a larger head beam, indicating there might have been at some point a wall, and it now holds the second floor load. This photo is looking back to the front entry. The current owner also indicated there was a window in the middle bedroom looking into the stair hall. Though it's not known what kind of window was there, it was removed in the 1980s renovation. So in conclusion, there are a few remaining 19th century houses in Clarkton, and this has some good historic features, yet there are also some unknowns about changes to the house. Our reviewer, the Park Service, has indicated there is a viable path forward. And if you'd like to discuss it now, I can stop, or we can move forward. I do have 5 other study list applications to present.
Let's hear what you have to say now, so we don't lose the thread on this one, please. The Park Service comments.
Their comment was basically just that they see a viable path forward according to the application under criterion C. That's what they saw.
Questions or comments? Move on.
Oh, I don't know what happened here. Sorry. Staying in Bladen County, up next is the Mount Zion AME Church in Elizabethtown. Most of the photos were taken by Sarah Woodard during a site visit, and some were mine on a different day. I also want to note that the application was prepared by our summer intern, Natasha Mincher, who recently graduated from Fayetteville State University and will be attending North Carolina Central, I believe, in the spring for graduate school. Let's see. Elizabethtown is in the middle of Bladen County and serves as the county seat. Mount Zion AME Zion Church is located at 807 Martin Luther King Drive, indicated with the yellow star. Mount Zion Church is part of Elizabethtown, known as Newtown, hatched here in pink. The historically African-American part of town with post-Civil War era roots. Newtown was a vibrant community that has fallen into decline and disinvestment since the 1960s. However, the Newtown residents and community have committed to its future success to develop a blueprint. Events and vision for the future were funded by the U.S. Department of Transportation programs, including technical assistance from a Thriving Communities program. And so through some grants, they've created a community vision and mission and goals statement established from recent meetings and events. And according to their website story map made from the funding, Mount Zion Church was established to also serve as a school. Today, there are about a dozen churches in the Newtown community. The proposed boundary shown here indicates the church and parsonage and a cemetery dating back to 1887 that's still in use today. The congregation purchased land in 1869 and built its first sanctuary in 1887. Mount Zion was the first African-American church in Newtown and remains home to its oldest Black congregation. Since its founding, the church has served as a vital center of religious, social, and political life for Elizabethtown's Black community. The earlier church was dismantled and a new building was completed in 1961. The congregation members began building the new church in their spare time in 1952. Though the plans and design for the church look to be much earlier, like a 19-teens or 20s church, it was completed in 1961. It is unknown if it was built to emulate another church or just a nod to the past. And this is the northwest facing facade towards MLK Drive. We're just going to go around the outside, coming around to the side of the church. A 3/4 view from the rear, and this is the cinder block addition, a later addition in the rear of the church. Here's a view. You can see the proximity of the cemetery surrounding the building, and there's our intern, Natasha. Coming from back around the side to the other elevation, and back to the front. Let's see. These are some cornerstones from the 1887 former church, later dismantled, and one from the newly constructed 1961 building. Interiors of the sanctuary look much of the 1960s vintage. Looking east. And a view of the entry vestibule and stairs leading to the balcony seating and looking down to the front altar. A hallway leading to the later addition and a small conference room. And a view into the later cinder block addition for a kitchen and community space on the rear of the sanctuary. The cemetery burial span from at least 1888 to the present. The cemetery reflects over a century of African-American funerary traditions in Newtown. Its layout and markers manifest distinctive cultural practices, and it remains an active component of the congregation's traditions. Here's some examples of the markers, one from 1898 burial, one of the earlier ones, and many of the markers are hard to read, but there's also several military recognition, like the top left was a World War I marker. Also located on the same parcel of the church is the parsonage, historically associated with the church, a modest mid-20th century residence currently rented by a private family. While no longer associated or used by the church clergy, the building contributes to the historic context of the property. There are a couple of good comparable churches in Elizabethtown. This is the First Baptist Church on Martin Street. It was built in 1912. But has since been updated. Its frame structure was later veneered in the 1940s, masking its original material and altering its historic appearance. This is Second Presbyterian Church on Dunham Street. It's another earlier church built in 1906, with later veneered in 1971. Both of these churches have had interior changes and updates. So in conclusion, Mount Zion AME Church retains historic mid-century Gothic revival design. Building remains unaltered in plan and appearance and retains a high degree of integrity in materials, design, workmanship, and setting. It is substantially larger than any other church in Newtown and is the only one to occupy a parcel large enough to have the adjoining cemetery. The boundary is actually 2 parcels, one with the church and parsonage and one with the cemetery. And staff recommends this is potentially eligible under criterion A for architecture as it relates to the historic event of the congregation's masons and carpenters constructing the church in their spare time over about a 10-year time span and the tradition of African-American masons and trades. According to Bulletin 15, the property does not need to meet criteria D for cemetery as long as it's nominated with its associated church, but it does need to meet criteria consideration A for religious properties. Okay. Next up is the North Graham Historic District in Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. And sorry, some of my writing is I had such a big PowerPoint. I tried to condense the photos and I messed up some of my work. But you can still see the maps, which is good. So located less than a mile from downtown or uptown Charlotte is the proposed North Graham Industrial Historic District indicated with the yellow arrow. The proposed historic district is situated along North Graham Street, running diagonal in the middle from southwest to northeast. It encompasses heavy industrial buildings to the west around the former Southern Railway line, roughly parallel to North Graham Street, and the light industrial area around Dalton Street to the southeast. The orange reddish line is the DOE boundary from 2005 Environmental Review Report. And the yellow line is the proposed district. The ERM boundary included the northern portion, but did not include the southeast portion. So we're going to look at this in sections because there are so many buildings. Looking at the north end of the map, the Ford Motor Company building circa 1925 was an operational plant for Model T and Model A cars prior to the Great Depression. It is the building in the middle with the green square indicating it was study listed in 2001. This northern area also includes the industrial buildings of the U.S. Quartermaster Depot and U.S. Army Missile Plant, a combined total of 648,000 square feet, located southeast of the Ford Motor Company plant, flanking the railroad tracks at the southeast corner of the complex. The Quartermaster complex was constructed between 1941 and 1955 by the U.S. Army when the Ford plant was adopted for use as a depot, and the U.S. Army Missile Plant supplying munition, military supplies during World War II and the Cold War. This area of vibrant adaptive reuse projects of the former Ford Motor Company and Quartermaster complex incorporate residential, commercial, and office space now known as Camp North End. This is looking west, as seen in an undated photo as the Quartermaster Depot and the Ford Motor Company plants kind of in the middle of the image. And here's a Google Earth view from 2024. It's almost the exact bird's eye view with some newly built residential apartments and parking decks to the south end of the complex on the left side of the image. Many of the industrial buildings in Camp North End area have already been rehabbed. The former railroad tracks are still there and wildflowers habitats are growing along them. The middle section of Camp North End, restaurants and shops. The northern boundary past the Ford plant are warehouses along Woodward Avenue. The west side of the boundary is along Statesville Avenue. These are two warehouse buildings north of the Ford building. Moving south from Camp North End to the middle, the middle section of the proposed boundary is a narrow connection of three smaller industrial buildings to be included on the east side of North Graham from circa 1940 to 1955. The individually listed Parks Hutchinson School is not included in the study list boundary, nor the commercial businesses along the east side of North Graham. And a small portion of the DOE area where the buildings have been demolished is also left, which was south of a 1938 Chevrolet plant. These are the three buildings on the east side of North Graham that are in the proposed boundary. This is the Chevrolet manufacturing plant. Retains its brick smokestack with Chevrolet inlaid in white, seen from the other direction, heading north from downtown. And moving into the southern portion of the proposed boundary are the later light industrial buildings. Dalton Street, depicted in blue, in the middle connects North Graham to North Tryon Street. The corner at North Graham is a bit low with integrity due to changes of the age of the buildings depicted with the orange circle. Lytle Street, also in blue, is also included in the boundary and has some potential buildings to be contributing to the district. These are some examples of buildings along Dalton Street. They orient it around the railroad and spur lines and date to 1946 through 51 and house buildings, supply businesses, auto parts, and other manufacturing businesses. This is 365 Dalton Street is the most intact and architecturally interesting of the resources along this stretch. So the North Graham Street Industrial Historic District illustrates Charlotte's development as an industrial center and warehousing distribution hub during the early and middle decades of the 20th century. Its orientation to the Southern Railway, methods of construction, and elements of style The buildings illustrate Charlotte's pattern of industrial growth in the period of major trends of industrial construction and design. Staff recommends adding North Graham Street Industrial Historic District to the state study list as potentially eligible under criterion A for industry. Next up is the Lockwood Neighborhood Historic District. Located less than a mile from downtown Charlotte off of North Graham Street is the Lockwood neighborhood, indicated here with the yellow star, just to the east of North Graham Historic District, which was just presented. The proposed Lockwood Neighborhood Historic District is a small tree-filled suburban oasis. The compact residential neighborhood is surrounded by industrial and commercial buildings on all sides. Designed in a simple grid pattern, Lockwood encompasses 6 blocks between Keswick Avenue and Plymouth Avenue. Lockwood homes date from 1916 to the mid-1920s, are constructed along the central northwest southeast spine of Sylvania Avenue. Second and third waves of homes were erected along the parallel streets, and the ones that run the other direction, Bancroft, Grimes, Hobbs, and Dunlow, serve to just circulate traffic and no dwellings face them. Lockwood was platted in 1915 for both residential and industrial uses. In the 20s, the residential section of the neighborhood was convenient location for the white blue-collar laborers who worked in the nearby industrial plants. So North Graham is just in the north east corner of this map, and that's where the Ford Motor plant was built. So initially advertised in 1915 as 2 words, Lockwood, it later became 1. The advertisement included a plat map, which shows the present-day Hobbs Street listed as Hanover. In Rosedale, the diagonal street on the left of the map is Dalton Street today. Lockwood had water, sewer, gas, electricity, and sidewalks and trees in abundance, according to the advertisement. Initial purchasers of the buildings were primarily speculative builders who contracted houses for the middle working class buyers. Although another large sale event occurred in 1924 when Ford Motor Company announced construction of the automobile manufacturing plant just across North Graham Street from Lockwood. Sales were slow by the Great Depression and Ford's plant closure in 1932, after which the plant remained unoccupied until 1941. Other employment included Chevrolet, 2 farming manufacturer plants, which were later demolished, and numerous textile dye plants and machine parts and manufacturers, and even a dairy plant was built in the 1950s. The government-sponsored Homeowners Loan Corporation mapped the neighborhood based on credit risk for the purpose of standardizing lending practices, which later became known as redlining, a discriminatory system which denied services to certain residents based on these maps. The first maps of Charlotte were published in 1937 and assigned Lockwood a rating of C, definitely declining, due to its occupation of blue-collar white households and proximity to the industrial areas. As a result, most construction after World War II consisted of simpler, more affordable, minimal traditional houses, which stand in contrast to the larger craftsman houses constructed just 20 to 30 years earlier. In the wake of the 1960s urban renewal of other neighborhoods, many Black residents of Charlotte moved to Lockwood, and it transitioned to a predominantly Black community by the 1970s. And this map shows the growth of the neighborhood by construction date, the majority indicating 1946 through 1960s, like the purple area. The late 1910s to 1920s are examples of craftsman houses in Lockwood. The bottom left is the locally landmark Butler House. A small number of period revival homes were constructed between the 1930s and 40s, like this one. And when building began again in the mid-40s and 50s, it consisted of simpler, more affordable houses, such as minimal traditional Ain ranches. Within the last 20 years, contemporary houses have been constructed to infill some empty lots and replace a small number of older homes. And here's some street views of the neighborhood of Keswick, Sylvania, and Plymouth. Some other street views, more on Plymouth, and in the upper right is Sylvania. After a site visit and talking with the applicant, if it is study listed, the boundary should include these two sections outlined in red. Some are quadplex houses in the southeast and more single-family homes along Bancroft to the northeast. That said, there are many other neighborhoods in Charlotte that tell the same story of a planned neighborhood, decline, boom, and transition. Chantilly neighborhood in East Charlotte is the best comparable district that was determined eligible in a 2020 report under A for community planning and development and C for architecture. Wilmore Historic District, just west of Dilworth and South End, was DOE'd under C for architecture, though it was mostly a 1910s and 20s neighborhood and is also a local historic district. Wesley Heights, period of significance is 1911 to 1945. It was listed in the National Register in 1995 under community planning and architecture. And though all these comps are streetcar suburbs, as many are in Charlotte, Lockwood was not one. So in conclusion, staff does not recommend the Lockwood Historic District for placement on the study list due to many other better examples of similar neighborhoods in Charlotte. If it were in a small town, it would likely be a good candidate for listing. It just doesn't rise to the National Register level as a distinctive entity in Charlotte. We think it could be a good local landmark historic district. My third study list property in Charlotte is the former Wachovia Bank building. Most of the photographs were by the applicant and some are mine from a site visit. Located in downtown Charlotte at 129 West Trade, the former Wachovia Bank building stands on the south corner of Trade and Church Streets, 1 block from Tryon, the main north-south border. The former Wachovia Bank and Trust building is essentially a 15-story, 2 towers on base, resting on piles office building that housed the public banking and leasable rental space at the ground level. Designed by the New York-based architect firm of Harrison and Abramovitz, the local associate A.G. Odell Jr. in 1957. Harrison and Abramovitz designed the CIA headquarters, Corning Glass Building, Westinghouse Building in Pittsburgh, Rockefeller Center, and the Avery Fisher Hall at Lincoln Center. Abramovitz was also part of the international team to design the United Nations headquarters. And the Wachovia Building on Trade is the only known building in North Carolina attributed to them. The Wachovia Bank building introduces 2 architectural features that Abramovitz would deploy in later office buildings. Most striking was the precast concrete curtain wall. The second new aspect is more subtle. The service elevators and ventilation shafts, electric conduits were moved to a separate but connected tower. This, according to Abramovitz, opened up the interior and promoted greater flexibility and spatial arrangements. The front elevation faces Trade Street, as seen in the drawing on the left. The principal tower is located on the west side of the street, and it contains precast concrete panels and contains the office space, 3,322 uniform panels, 6 feet by 5.5 feet. Convex-like concrete panels clad the tower. The panels are 2.5 inches thick and have an exposed aggregate compound of light-colored pebbles and quartz chips, fashioned by lugs to the structural frame, aligned by a series of 5-inch vertical channels. In the south elevation, the fenestration is limited to a single center window on each story. This was reportedly done to reduce solar heat gain, and that can be seen in the upper right picture. The Architectural Record article of September 1958 issues that, quote, "The office building curtain wall has recently appeared in a variety of manifestations, yet still new ones crop up. Here's another first. The first tall building skin of precast concrete units. It is interesting to note the recent wide use of precast concrete as both a finish and a structural material." It goes on to state, "Such a skin weighs less than one of natural stone, thus making possible lighter than usual reinforced concrete structural cage." The challenge of the novel construction of the building was handled by the engineering firm of Severide, Elstad, and Kruger Associates. Other work included St. Louis Gateway Arch, the Seagram Building, Madison Square Garden, 68, and Dorton Arena in 52. The service tower is clad with large plain concrete panels with no fenestration. The front elevation of the tower is concave, reflecting the convex panels on the principal tower. The second smaller utilitarian tower is attached to the primary one by at each story by a glazed hyphen. The building was used as Charlotte's main Wachovia Bank building office until 1975 when they moved to a newer one on Tryon Street. Though it has a lot of exterior integrity, the main change has been to the two-story clad wrapped panels. The panels were altered in the 1990s with the image on the left showing the pierced openings, and then the panels were removed and replaced with glass in 2018. The first floor ground entrance still has marble clad columns and walls. Original air ventilation system seen in the lower right, along with the elevator banks. The rear entrance stairs and hallway are the same original design. The second floor is completely open space now. The original layout had escalators come up from the ground level entrance to the public banking space. The vault is still visible in the background of the upper right photo. And the photos from the architectural record article on the lower right, the black and white ones, show the escalators during its heyday. And I believe they came up into that gray carpet area in the terrazzo. You can see in that larger photo. The marble columns are also slightly angled convex, likely to mimic the exterior convex shaped panels. You can see the light catching it a little bit on the top left photo with the teal banner. The 10th floor of the office building photos showcase the elevator banks with an original mail chute connector space between the two towers and the convex angled panels with the modular system. Architectural record notes that the 2 feet 4-inch wide aluminum windows, tall, narrow, and vertical pivot for easy cleaning, are placed 8 foot on center and carry out a modular system coordinated with lighting and air conditioning. The original column-free design of the office towers interior configuration has not been altered, and they were originally finished according to the needs of various tenants, and it's unclear what original material may remain. Here are some really detailed engineering drawings of the panels and glass modular system from the architectural record article. And these are some later works by Harrison and Abramovitz. Use a similar system of modular concrete panels, including the CIA headquarters in Langley. And the Ford Gateway Center Tower in Pittsburgh utilized the dual tower design in 1964. Though the concrete panels were replaced by steel sheathing because they were in Pittsburgh, so they wanted to use the local material. And these are soon after the Wachovia building was completed, technology allowed for new ways to use concrete and wall cladding. Much larger precast concrete panels became feasible and popular. Here are some examples of later buildings by other architects, including the Hubert Humphrey building in DC was designed by brutalist architect Marcel Breuer, with planning started in 1968, but it was dedicated finally in 1977. So in conclusion, staff recommends the Wachovia Bank building at West Trade Street for placement on the study list, potentially under criterion C in the area of engineering, for an innovative use of panels in the dual tower system. Okay. My last study list presentation is the Stanley County Training School in Albemarle. The resources are located in the southwest Piedmont and the central Stanley County, southeast of downtown Albemarle, in the historically African-American neighborhood of Kingville. The Kingville Rosenwald School, aka the Old Schoolhouse, is center right on the map created by the applicant. The school is depicted in the historic and vibrant African-American community of Kingville. The Julius Rosenwald Fund Archives was entrusted to Fisk University. They had been working on getting all the materials digitized, and it launched at the end of September. Prior to that, I worked with the contact there to help with my research. This is the index card with the photo from Fisk. And it confirmed, and it was confirmed at the Kingville School. This is the Kingville School in Stanley County. At least that picture is. The Rosenwald Fund was for a 3-room teacher plan for the 1920-21 budget year and a 1-room addition in the 1921-22 budget year. A teacherage was given funding in the 22-23 budget year, and penciled in letters CTS on the upper left card indicate County Training School. Here are some views of the teacher's home or teacherage in Kingsville. The school is seen in the background with a hipped roof. And this is an undated photo of the shop at Kingville. Left is an area of the buildings at 1073 Lunduck Street and 1075 Lunduck Street, among the trees with a hipped roof. The photos on the right are from my site visit in July of 2024, and 1073 building with a gabled roof. This is the east elevation of the building and a west elevation of the building. And a few interior photos from the applicant. You can see there are many walls and doorways and newer windows that would disrupt the open space of a potentially former school building. Some street views from April 2014 show the full extent of the building, better without vegetation, and the 1075 Lunduck Street is the now very wooded area. I was able to get a few close-up views, but I was there in the summer, so there was a lot of vegetation, but it's really still hard to tell what it was historically. That said, it could be a teacherage with addition on the north elevation, yet the roof line has been substantially changed from a steeply pitched, almost pyramidal roof to the hipped roof. And the building used to sit just to the side of the school, and now this building that is further back in the woods. And here's some aerials from historicaerials.com. The yellow circle building is 1075 Lunduck Street. Both indicate a hipped roof. And 1073 Lunduck Street, circled in blue, had a hip roof until at least 1956. The portion circled in red shows the end of the hip roof. And it changed sometime before 2000. The picture on the right showing the side gable roof. And the images in between there, the 70s and 90s, they were really grainy. It wasn't really that useful. But so it changed at some time during those two periods. So you can see here, these are images from Fisk and the modern day photos to show many changes to the exterior of the building. The early Fisk University photo with the car in the front and the December 23 photo under it depict the changes to the roof line and foundation. The same building can be seen in the background of the upper right image and how its fenestration has changed when converted to apartments at a later date. So in conclusion, the resources located at 1073 and 1075 Lunduck Street in Albemarle do not convey enough historic architectural evidence to be identified as the Kingville School, teacherage, or industrial building. Though it is likely a remnant of the portion of the Stanley County Training School campus, the buildings have lost their ability and integrity to convey its historical significance. Therefore, staff does not recommend placement on the state study list. I do want to commend the applicant, Mr. Brooks, and his team of Stanley County Avengers for all their hard work they put into this research and their efforts to highlight this history. We actually had the Stanley County Training School located incorrectly and had placed it gone, thinking it was in the site of another school a couple blocks away. So, it brought it to our attention. And it gave a much better survey file and more information for our Rosenwald School survey. And he and his team have also been able to take the ideals of education and training that happened at this site and help start a trades and STEM program at Stanley Community College to honor the original mission of Rosenwald education. There's also been a lot of community pride and cleanup days at the site. So that concludes that presentation. All of them.
That's a lot. Thank you, Julie.
It's okay.
We covered a lot. Questions or comments on any of the properties, Julie? Julie, I have one on the Stanley County Training School.
Yes.
Once you recognize the integrity issues here, is there no path forward potentially on for eligibility?
We don't see a path forward just because it really there's been if it was the school, there have been so many changes that can't convey that that's what it used to be. It's been apartments since at least the mid 20th century. That's just what, unfortunately, we just don't see it. And we've been working on this for probably about 2 years. There's a lot of background that's gone into this, thinking that it could be the teacherage. It's a little too large for that. Looking at the historic photos from Fisk. Yeah, I just don't see a path forward. Not for the National Register. Like, it'd be great for a local like site, something for the community, some sort of marker, something to recognize the history of the site. It's just, National Register is such a niche box. It just doesn't tick the boxes.
So that's unfortunate, but thank you for the question.
Yeah, sure. Any other questions about any of the other properties?
Okay, well, there are 6 properties that Julie presented. There are, by my count, 4 of those staff recommended for listing, and 2 of those they recommended for not listing, a study list.
Maybe if you could list what those are.
Oh, sure, yes. I'll just recap this. The first is the McFadden Clark House, Mount Zion AME Zion Church, North Graham Street Industrial Historic District, Lockwood Neighborhood Historic District, Wachovia Bank Building, and the Stanley County Training School.
Actually, for the first one, the McFadden Clark House, staff does not provide, or we're not sharing a recommendation for that one.
You don't have a recommendation.
We're not sharing a recommendation. So it's up to a discussion. But yes, you were correct. So the others, there were Lockwood, we recommended no, and Stanley County was recommended no. But Wachovia, North Graham, and Mount Zion were yes by staff.
So to clarify, the McFadden Clark House, that was the one that the National Park Service had said that they do see a path forward for it?
Yes.
In which case.
I feel like that's a yes.
I'd be inclined to say yes. There's.
Members, any thoughts on that one? Okay, I'm yes on the McFadden Clark House. If the Park Service sees a way forward for that, then that really is the threshold for me. We need a motion then for these 6 properties.
Move to accept staff recommendations for the 6 properties that Julie presented.
Sorry, 5 properties.
Because they have to clarify,
Yeah.
because there's, because
Yeah,
of
right.
the staff recommendation.
Let's take the McFadden Clark House separately. That way there's no confusion.
So move to accept the McFadden Clark study list study listing.
We're recommending approving it for the study lists.
Thank you.
That's the motion.
Second.
Okay, good second. So right now we're just voting on the McFadden Clark House. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, that one passes, so we've done with that one, and then we have 5 remaining properties. We do have staff recommendations for these. 3 recommended yes and 2 recommended no.
I'll move approval for staff recommendations.
Second, second, Dr. Fitz. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I don't think it has to be mentioned, but the McFadden Clark House, that's no relation.
Okay. We are now moving on to Sarah. What are you? Still in the central and southeastern regions.
Okay. All right.
This is Duke's Chapel, United Methodist Church, Parsonage and Cemetery. This is not to be confused with Duke Chapel, which almost caused a problem with a site visit. This is located in Durham County, on the north side of Durham. It is in the city limits now, but historically this was a rural location, and it still feels pretty rural when you're out there today. Here's an aerial photograph of the whole scene. You can see the church, the parsonage, and the cemetery. And then the church dates from 1927 with a 1964 wing that was added to it. And then just to note the way the original building is laid out, the blue is the sanctuary. You have a long sanctuary, then at the back. The green section is sort of a 3-layer basement with fellowship hall and classrooms, and then a level of offices and classrooms. And then the upper level was actually residential for the minister, a place for the minister to live, kind of like a built-in parsonage. All right. Duke's Chapel was constructed in 1927. William J. Duke, who was known as Billy Duke, also sometimes known as Uncle Billy, founded this congregation in 1840 on his plantation. And he described himself as an exhorter, serving as a traveling Methodist preacher. He was also the older brother of the tobacco magnate Washington Duke, and he was the uncle of Washington's sons, Benjamin and James Buchanan Duke, and Brody Duke. The congregation changed its name to honor him after his death in 1883. And then when the congregation decided to erect a new building, Billy Duke's granddaughter, Rosa Blevin, asked Benjamin Duke for a donation. Benjamin donated $15,000 and contracted with Julian Abel and Horace Trumbauer to design the new church. Abel had designed many of the Georgian buildings on Duke's East Campus, and at Trumbauer's firm, the Gothic Revival buildings, including Duke Chapel on Duke's West Campus. Abel was designing for the East and West campuses around the same time as this church, but his Gothic designs for the West Campus weren't executed until after the construction of Duke's Chapel. And tradition holds that Abel used Duke's Chapel sort of as a test site for the stone and the masonry that was applied at the university. He would have walls built, would take a look at them. They would tear them down, they would rebuild them, and they were making decisions about the color, the joinery, the patterns, the whole layout of what the masonry was going to look like at Duke's campus. In 1964, the congregation added this education and fellowship hall wing, and it really uses a modern interpretation of the original building's masonry to connect the two building phases. The older building uses more of a rope kind of joinery between the stones, while the modern masonry was flattened out and really highlights kind of the angular nature of the stones. So we'll just move around the side elevation of the 64 wing to the back. This sort of shows you the way the back wing or the back part of the 1927 building is configured. And you can see the modern stone on the end of the 64 building there. This is from the 64 building, looking at the back side of the hyphen that connects the two sections, and another view of the rear of the 27 part. And then moving inside, this is the sanctuary. The sanctuary is finished with obviously wood and plaster. And really nothing has been changed. In the back of the 27 portion, you've got Sunday school classrooms and offices, again, wood and plaster. Two of the Sunday school spaces actually have roll-up dividers between them. And in one room it's fixed and they've done built-in cabinets in front of the divider, but one room you can still roll the divider up and down. The windows have, the windows are original and they have their original hardware that glides silky smooth when you open it up. They're casement windows. And this is one part of the residential portion. So now we're in the hyphen between 27 and 64, looking toward the 1964 part. And just some pictures of the interior. It's fellowship hall space, a kitchen, obviously, classroom space. And then moving next door to the parsonage. The parsonage dates from 1940. And built from the same stone, as you can see. And its interior is really intact, very consistent with what you would see from a 1940s house. And then moving across the road to the cemetery, the earliest marked burial dates from 1830, and it's an infant child of Billy and Sarah Duke. And there are a few other burials from the 1850s and 60s, mostly Duke family members, also including Billy and Sarah Duke. But the bulk of the burials date from the 1880s and forward to today. I don't really have much in the way of comparable examples. The best Gothic Revival church designs in rural areas of the county are frame buildings with lancet windows like this one. This one's probably the best one of those. And really, Duke's Chapel quite easily conveys its historic significance in the area of architecture as a high-style Gothic Revival design in rural Durham County. Let me just keep on trucking. All right. Moving on to Orange County. This is the Eflin Milling Company Complex. It's right on the edge of kind of quote downtown Eflin in central Orange County. Here we are in Orange County. You can see it just right there by Eflin. And this is the proposed or potential boundary. Madison Lindsay Eflin started a milling operation here at McGowan Creek in 1893. And if you look down the road, the milling complex we're going to deal with is here, but just beyond it, you can kind of tell there's a creek down there, and that's where the 1893 mill was. Madison was known as Mac, and he had served in the Confederate Army. And after the war, he married Sally Bain of Orange County. And the family farmed, and Mac served as a county treasurer in the 1880s. In the 1890s, he served as postmaster, and the community was named Eflin in honor of the Eflins. In 1893, Mac built his own mill, or perhaps he took over the operations of his father-in-law's mill. That's a little bit unclear. And then his son John took over milling, followed by that son's son Frank. So in May of 1949, fire destroyed the old mill, but Frank Eflin rebuilt, and with this mill being what Frank opened in March of 1950. After Frank's service in the Korean War, he transitioned from flour and meal production to animal feed. In 1955, he added an equipment shed and shuck house for storing discarded shucks. Let's see, let me back up so you can see the site plan. Followed in the mid-1960s by a two-story addition onto the 1950 building, and he also added 2 more silos to the site. Frank retired in 1996 and closed the mill. In 2000, his nephew, Peter Eflin, restarted the business and operated it from 2000 to 2009. We'll just circle around here. This is a completely different building than Duke's Chapel, but similar in that it really has not, hasn't been altered particularly. This is inside. There's lots of equipment left. This is in the basement. This is the equipment shed. The warehouse. So this is the warehouse when Peter Eflin was operating a business here in the early 2000s. He remodeled the warehouse a little bit, really just the interior, which we'll see here. There's the interior. And he was using that as the Eflin Milling Company store, selling fertilizer, seed, farm, gardening, and pet equipment and supplies. This is the little Shuck House. Inside the Shuck House. So the application states the mill is locally significant under criterion A for agriculture, specifically agricultural processing, and C for architecture. Staff agrees that the mill is significant and retains good integrity. The period of significance would most likely begin in 1950 and end in 1970, or 1975, sorry. So now we'll head on down to Union County. Union County borders South Carolina, and here we are in Waxhaw, which really is really close to the South Carolina line. Last year, the town of Waxhaw received a grant to study the town's architectural history related to the town's African-American community. And 2 properties are coming out of that project for study listing. The project relied very heavily on oral history, and the investigators recorded interviews with 13 individuals. The idea was that the interviews and community input would really drive what the consultants surveyed. Out of that, the consultants ended up surveying 17 resources. These resources included a group of brick houses built by 5 masons who were active in Waxhaw in the mid-20th century, a Masonic lodge, and a property that had hosted a school, cemetery, and community gathering spot. The team, the consulting team, and our staff really struggled to find resources out of that project that were in Waxhaw that had the historic integrity necessary for potential National Register listing. The probably most extensive discussion centered on the group of Masons houses, which we simply didn't think could rise to the level of significance that the National Register is looking for. Many communities had groups of brick masons within their communities. The community property, that's the Eastside Community Cemetery, is part of that property. That was also an interesting resource that seemed potentially promising, using what's called traditional cultural place, which is a type of National Register listing. But it's got some particular requirements, including a continued and ongoing use of that property or use of that site as part of that cultural tradition. And this site hasn't continued on in that manner. So we couldn't quite get there with a traditional cultural place either. But two resources actually located outside of Waxhaw proper were mentioned repeatedly by the interviewees. And even though they're outside of Waxhaw, again, sort of Waxhaw proper, they seem to really rise to the top in terms of historic significance within Waxhaw's African-American community's history. So these 2 resources are Bethel Presbyterian Church and the Western Union School, and they are being proposed for study listing. The church is south of Waxhaw, just about in South Carolina, and the school is located to the east of Waxhaw, but it's called Western Union because it's on the western side of Union County. So the church building was constructed in 1942, and it was the congregation's 3rd building. Formerly enslaved people who were breaking away from a predominantly white Presbyterian church formed Bethel Presbyterian in 1873. Then in 1885, a group of Bethel members broke away and they established Shiloh Presbyterian in Waxhaw, like more in Waxhaw proper. Around 1960, the Bethel congregation made a concrete block addition to the rear of their 1942 church. And also around 1970, they added the aluminum clad vestibule on the front. Bethel and Shiloh operated independently at separate locations until the 1970s, and the 2 congregations combined, or maybe you think of it as recombining, to form First Presbyterian Church. And that congregation built their own new building in 1977 on the outskirts of Waxhaw, and they abandoned both the Bethel building here and the Shiloh building, and the Shiloh building has been torn down. The interior was significantly renovated in 1980, and most historic fabric was removed or covered at that time. Window surrounds, doors, and the hardwood floor do remain. The pews are a combination of two different styles of pews, so there seems to be some level of replacement there. And a congregation called Gospel Way Church occupied the building for a few years. And I believe it was during their time that two side gabled buildings were added to the site. From this perspective, the buildings appear to be two wings connected to the 1942 building, but they are just barely freestanding buildings rather than additions. The cemetery behind the church contains graves dating to the 1880s. And the cemetery is still in use today, and it is kind of the burying place for many African-American families in Waxhaw. Another example of a Black church in Union County is the Union Springs AME Zion Church. This building dates from 1921, although the pavilion, which I think is sheltering the springs themselves, is older. So there are other, there are other churches in the county, but Bethel Presbyterian is likely eligible under criterion A for its association with the history of the Black community, specifically in Waxhaw and Western Union County. It was the earliest Black congregation in this section of Union County, and the cemetery continues to be the final resting place for many African Americans from Waxhaw. All right, we will move on to Western Union School. This is just east of Waxhaw. The main building dates to 1956, and it contained classrooms, a cafeteria, and an auditorium. Another classroom building was added in 1960, followed by the gym in 1965, and then two additions to 2002. This is still operating as a school. Western Union School was the school attended by Black students from Waxhaw during the segregation era. The original iteration of Western Union School was actually built for white students near the community of Marvin. In 1940, the county changed the assignments and assigned Black students to go to the Western Union School that was extant at that time. That building burned in 1954, and county leaders decided to construct the replacement building on this site, which is more centrally located in the western half of the county. And so that's the sort of replacement school is one we're looking at today. Western Union served students in grades 1 through 12 until integration in 1970. After 1970, Western Union became an integrated middle school, and then in 1975, it became an elementary school and continues to operate as an elementary school today. A little portico there was added in 2002 when they added the two other buildings to the site. The stucco panels above the windows are additions. The application describes those as additions. It doesn't say they're covering windows, but the windows have been replaced. And so I don't know how tall the earlier windows were. The interior walls are just painted concrete block. Ceilings are acoustical tiles, and the floors are vinyl tile. The gym and the auditorium both retain wood floors, and the auditorium even retains its original seats, which are kind of cool. Western Union School is significant as one of two Black schools in Union County, and it retains the historic integrity necessary to convey that significance. And my last one, and wait.
Sorry.
Yes.
So I should disclose, I have met with these folks some time ago. I have not done any work with them, but I'm happy to recuse if.
Should we recuse or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, okay.
I will just say though, Mr. Opperman stepped out, so
Yeah,
for a vote, we will need everybody, including Mr. Opperman here, to recuse yourself. So because of the.
I'll defer to the group. I've provided some pro bono advice. I have not done any work with them.
Are you under contract now to do it?
No. I'm not, and have never been under contract with them.
Result or not? No, we okay?
I think it's up to you, Mr.
I think we're okay. If you're okay. Yeah. Thank you for bringing it up.
So the Bonsall Railroad Yard in Wake County. And this is way down to the west, just about in Chatham County. And so we'll start with a site plan. The Bonsall Railroad Yard consists of sections of railroad, buildings, 2 bridges, and a collection of rolling stock. The New Hope Valley Railroad was planned in 1904 as a line to supply lumber to the Crosstown Market in Carrboro. But by the time it was actually completed in 1906, James B. Duke had taken control of the line, rerouted it to extend directly into his American Tobacco Company complex in Durham, and renamed it the Durham and South Carolina Railroad. As evidenced by the name, the line was intended to continue into South Carolina, but ultimately it terminated in Duncan, North Carolina, less than 8 miles southeast of Bonsall. And that's where it adjoined the Atlantic Coastline Railroad, which ran from Raleigh to Charlotte. The line provided a direct line into Duke's factory, but how frequently it was used is kind of unclear in terms of how frequently it was really used for tobacco deliveries to the factory. By the 1940s, the line was definitely also being used for timber. Certainly, the line did improve connections to points north and south for local residents, particularly people in Chatham County. That's where most of the rail line itself travels through Chatham County. And at Bonsall, Luce Community operated as an incorporated town for about 10 years, from roughly 1907 to about 1917. Particularly after World War II, pulpwood was moved from Bonsall to points south to paper mills. Piedmont Wood Yards, which was a company, ran a pulpwood operation here from 1952 to 1983, and they bought wood from companies like logging companies and also farmers who were just clearing their land. In 1957, planning for a dam at the confluence of the New Hope and Hall Rivers began, and the B. Everett Jordan Dam was funded by 1963. The project required relocating the Durham and South Carolina Railroad, and that relocation was completed in the 1970s. The dam was closed, the locks in the dam were closed in 1981, and the lake began filling. But the line had been successfully relocated by that point. Also during the 1970s, the line had been used to deliver construction supplies to the Sharon Harris nuclear plant. But as the lake associated with that project filled up, the rail line that connected Bonsall to Duncan was abandoned and removed because it ended up being underwater. In 1983, Norfolk Southern sold the south end of the line along with the Bonsall Yard to the East Carolina chapter of the National Railway Historic Society. The group assembled a collection of donated rail stock for the creation of a museum. And over time, the museum's collections have grown to include the Goldston train station, which was relocated from Goldston. You can see that in the distance. The Piedmont Wood Yards office remains up. There's the Goldston station. And that's the Piedmont Wood Yards office remains as a vestige of its days as a pulpwood, like a lumber yard. For the museum, you have some ticket booths here and on the other side of old US 1. This is a path that crosses one of the rail bridges going across Old Highway 1. It's one of the 2 bridges. There you can see both of them. And then on the other side of US 1 is another ticket booth and a model rail setup they call the railroad garden. And then that's just a look at the parking lot. Staff does not recommend study listing for the Bonsall Railroad Yard. The historic impact of the line and of the yard was not clear, and the yard does not seem to have the historic significance to support National Register listing. Many small lines carried agricultural products. They came and went kind of all over North Carolina. The pulpwood business that was here, and that's probably the best documented use of the rail yard, only employed about 4 or 5 men at any given time. It didn't seem like it was a really big, had a really big economic impact. The setting retains some aspect of integrity, but with the collection of buildings and rolling stock, the site can't really convey as a working lumberyard. So the rolling stock is also a collection of cars and locomotives that have come from a variety of sources. If the site were found to have historic significance, it's not clear that the rolling stock would contribute to that significance. But it is also not clear whether any of the rolling stock might be eligible for listing on its own. North Carolina does have a few pieces of rolling stock that are individually listed. But in short, staff does not recommend listing the whole rail yard. But we do recommend taking your kids there. My kids loved it. So that concludes mine.
Sarah, are there questions, concerns, comments on any of the 5 properties that Sarah presented? So Sarah, just to recap, to make sure I get the count right. For Duke's Chapel United Methodist Church, that's a staff recommendation of yes.
Yes.
Eflin Mill and Company Complex is a yes. Bethel Presbyterian Church is yes. Western Union School is yes. And Bonsall Railroad Yard is no.
That's right. 4 yeses and 1 no.
Any discussion, question, comments? Anyone care to make a motion on those 5 properties?
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Harper. Is there a second? David Bergstone, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Thank you. That motion passed. We are now on to Claudia Brown.
Okay, I have 3 study list applications to present. And the first is the Gillespie Park Golf Course, with an address of 306 East Florida Street in Greensboro. Gillespie Park is the historic name of the course, and today it's simply known as Gillespie. To orient you, Guilford County is highlighted in blue within North Carolina's northern Piedmont. And here, to the right, to the right, the red flag marks Greensboro, and to the left, the location of the golf course, outlined in blue. And it's circled in red near the bottom of the map. It's 1.5 miles southeast of Greensboro's Central Business District. And as you can see, it's close to the Benbow Road Historic District, the historically African-American neighborhood that was listed in the National Register last year. Gillespie, the Gillespie Golf Course, is a city-owned and operated golf course occupying approximately 104 acres of rolling terrain bisected by a number of creeks, the largest of which is Mile Run Creek, extending northwest to southeast across the lower third of the parcel. The map to the right shows the creek, and clustered at the northeast and northwest ends of the property, the support structures, including the clubhouse, storage buildings, restrooms, and parking, as well as a driving range. While the terrain and creeks made the area undesirable for residential construction, the picturesque landscape enhanced the municipal golf course, which retains pockets of mature trees flanking the fairways. And all of those waterways have been channeled underground except for Mile Run Creek. The support structures are mostly less than 50 years old and scheduled for improvement, as is the course to a degree, per a master plan prepared last year. The current clubhouse, shown at upper left and circled in red on the map, was built in 1977 to replace an earlier mid-60s clubhouse adjacent to Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. As was the case for most of the other golf courses across the state that have been listed, the support structures are secondary to the course, and their later dates of construction have not been determined to be detrimental to the property's overall historic integrity. The course opened in 1941, having been designed by renowned golf architect Perry Maxwell and built with the assistance of the Works Progress Administration. And I quote from the master plan, making it a unique and sought-out destination for golfers looking to play at facilities with design elements similar to those at some of America's most treasured courses. It may be a small course in terms of area, with 18 holes played over 9 fairways in a compact footprint, but its impact and relevance to golf and to life in Greensboro and beyond is significant. Gillespie was originally built as a 9-hole course and underwent subsequent transformations, expanding it to 18 holes before reverting to a 9-hole configuration, played as 18 holes, after a temporary closure, which I will explain in a moment. Greens and sand traps have shifted over time, but the overall arrangement of the course has remained consistent since the mid-1970s. Gillespie Park Golf Course does not appear to be significant solely under Criterion A in the area of recreation. It appears to be more important under Criterion A in the areas of Black ethnic heritage and social history for its role in the local civil rights movement. In fact, the city of Greensboro received a civil rights grant from the National Park Service to prepare a multiple property documentation form on Greensboro's historic properties associated with the civil rights movement and National Register nominations for 2 associated properties, this course and the church that I'm going to show you in a few minutes. Gillespie opened as a public course, but in 1949, a nonprofit private group took over management of the course for $1 a year, which allowed it to be operated as a segregated whites-only course. On December 7th, 1955, 6 Black men led by Dr. George Simpkins Jr., who were angry about the condition of the course operated by the city for Black residents' use. That was the No-Cho Park course. They each placed 75 cents on Gillespie's pro shop counter and proceeded to play a round of golf. At the end, they were arrested, charged with trespassing, and sentenced to 30 days in jail. Their case went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, which ruled against them in a 5-4 decision. Pressured by Chief Justice Earl Warren, Governor Luther Hodges commuted their sentences. In 1957, just a few days before a federal appeals court ruled that access to the golf course could not be lawfully denied solely on account of race, the Gillespie clubhouse burned. Shortly after, the city closed both the Gillespie and No-Cho courses and redeveloped the southern portion of the Gillespie course. Then, 5.5 years later, in December of 1962, Gillespie Park Golf Course, with a new clubhouse, opened to everyone, and Dr. Simpkins was the first to tee off. This is a commemorative mural on the circa 1980 warehouse of the course. And I don't know the date. I don't know when the mural was added. Gillespie Golf Course has been earmarked for priority renovations, with the city allocating $2 million towards crafting a comprehensive master plan completed last year and pinpointing key projects for implementation. Among the major renovations pledged by the city are the replacement of the driving range nets and poles, along with the commissioning of a new public art mural for the first tee building, and the creation of a 6-hole short course. The plan also proposes a new clubhouse. The vast majority of the proposed changes would occur in the northeast and northwest areas of the course that already contain the non-contributing support resources, and the overall aim of the plan is to restore the 9/18-hole course. Thus, Gillespie Park Golf Course appears to be potentially eligible for listing in the National Register under Criterion A in the areas of recreation, Black ethnic heritage, and social history for its association with local civil rights activities. Are there any questions? Next property is the Episcopal Church of the Redeemer at 901 East Friendly Avenue, Greensboro. Located in East Greensboro, just 500 feet west of the campus of North Carolina State Agricultural and Technical University, the Episcopal Church of the Redeemer stands on a 1.38-acre tract bordered by East Friendly East Friendly Avenue and Market Street on the southeast and Beach Street on the northeast. On the map to the right, the church is circled in blue at the upper left part of that map. The site has an irregular shape on flat terrain with an asphalt paved parking area covering the north 1/3 of the lot, and the church surrounded by a grassy lawn centered on the south 2/3. The church was built in 2 phases, beginning with a simple modernist gable front unit to the left facing east in 1956, according to a design by local African-American architect William Street, a congregant of the church. This photo shows the original church not long after construction. It was built with a flat-roofed wing along the north elevation that included a vestry, kitchen, bathrooms, and other support spaces, as well as the original entrance to the building. In 1967, a new sanctuary was erected to the east, turned 90 degrees so that its entrance faces East Friendly Avenue. It was designed by Winston-Salem architect L. Ray Troxel. And a new flat roof lobby connected the 2 buildings. And here are the interior plans, the 1956 built plans on the left and 1967 on the right. The kitchen on the plan to the left, that was enlarged, expanded, extended, what direction it was, I think to the west in 1989. At upper left is a view of the east side of the 1967 wing, showing the stained glass windows, and at lower right is a view of the north side of the original building, showing the wing with the support spaces, including the kitchen extension to the left. The interior of the 1956 building retains a large open sanctuary, now utilized as a fellowship hall. The wood-sheathed ceiling is supported by arched glulam beams, a characteristic feature of modernist churches of the period. Drawing reference from the 1956 sanctuary, the interior of the 67 sanctuary also features arched glulam beams, but here they do not extend all the way to the side walls, but instead define the seating area, separating it from the side aisles. The Episcopal Church of the Redeemer appears to be eligible for listing in the National Register under Criterion C as a notably intact example of Greensboro's modernist church architecture of the 1950s and 1960s. Both phases of the building exemplify the 50s and 60s local architectural trend, adopting modernist designs for churches, particularly African-American churches built in areas that underwent urban renewal. The church stands out when compared to other African-American churches built in Greensboro during those 2 decades. In the center, Union Memorial United Methodist Church of 1951 represents the continuing preference for traditional styles, while the other 4 shown here are modernist designs exhibiting the gable front form with proud, that's P-R-O-W-E-D, eaves. Pilgrim Baptist Church at upper left resembles the first phase of the Church of the Redeemer in its austerity and its even smaller size. Continuing clockwise, St. James Presbyterian Church, built in 59, had a later front addition, among other changes. Providence Baptist Church of 67 has very large later additions to the side that you cannot see in this photo. And Trinity AME Zion Church, built in 66, is the most similar to the later phase of the Church of the Redeemer. I took all these photos off of Google Street View. The church might also be eligible under Criterion C as the work of a master, William Street, who was one of 4 prominent African-American architects working in Greensboro in the mid-20th century. Known for his modernist designs, he was educated at MIT, closely tied with North Carolina A&T University, where he taught, and with architect Edward Lowenstein, who employed him as a structural consultant in the early 1950s. The original church, original sanctuary of the Church of the Redeemer is the only known non-residential building that Street designed. Episcopal Church of the Redeemer is equally significant, if not more so, under Criterion A for Black ethnic heritage in the area of social history for its role in the local civil rights movement. Without going into great detail, suffice it to say that the church was the meeting place of Greensboro civil rights leaders and strategists. Following the February 1960 sit-ins, Greensboro leaders pushed for the desegregation of other facilities. And from 1962 to 1963, the church provided office and meeting space for the Congress on Racial Equality, CORE. On June 7th, 1963, Jesse Jackson, then president of the NCA&T student body, addressed a group of high school students before being arrested at the church under charges of inciting a riot after a group of demonstrators blocked a portion of Green Street in front of the Greensboro Municipal Building. I think that demonstration, I think there were more than 1,000 people at that demonstration. The study list application for the church is essentially a first draft of a nomination that provides thorough coverage of local civil rights activities and the role the church played in those pivotal activities of the early 1960s. Any questions? And I will move on to the last one. Sunshine School on Hairston Street in Eden, Rockingham County. The town originally was 3 distinct towns of Leakesville, Spray, and Draper. They merged in the 60s and adopted the name Eden. Located in the Draper section of Eden, close to the Virginia border, the Sunshine School is in the traditionally African American section of the community, which historically was primarily a mill village. And that mill village outside extends to the northeast of this predominantly African American section of the Draper community. The school was designed by Leakesville-based architect James Woodson Hopper and built in 1935 with the assistance of the Public Works Administration. Built after the end of the Rosenwald Fund school building program, Sunshine School nevertheless resembles a 2-teacher Rosenwald school plan in its 1-story frame form, symmetrical fenestration, hip roof front wing with recessed central entrances, and knee braces that add an ornamental finish to the hoods above the doors at each end. On the front, the left opening retains its original 6-pane casements. But T111 siding now covers the 2 original window openings in the rear on the rear elevation. The original configuration of these windows is not known, and is not known if any of the windows might remain behind the later siding. But the openings may have contained as many as 5, each of the openings may have contained as many as 5 double-hung multi-pane wood windows. Although the planned fenestration and simple finishes are typical of 1- and 2-room frame schools built during the 1930s based on specifications issued by the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction's Division of Schoolhouse Planning, the architect specified features such as molded cornices, demi-lune attic ventilators with molded wood surrounds in the gable ends, the bracketed auxiliary entrance canopies already mentioned, and the multi-pane casement windows. Like many schools of its era, the building contains 2 classrooms and then 2 smaller rooms in the front wing, perhaps a kitchen and an industrial arts room. Despite the loss of some historic fabric through alterations, beaded board wainscoting, chalkboards, coat closets, cloakrooms, wallboard, and hardwood flooring remain intact. Most important, the original plan and room configuration remain intact. Sunshine School appears to be eligible for listing in the National Register under Criterion A in the areas of Black ethnic heritage and education as the only extant early 20th century school for Draper's African American children, and one of only a few remaining examples of Rockingham County's early 20th century frame public schools. It also could be eligible under Criterion C for architecture for its distinct characteristics of a style of construction, despite the loss of the windows on the east side of the building. The period of significance begins in 1935, when the school was put into service, and ends in 1955, when Draper's African American students were assigned to Douglas School in Leakesville. Thereafter, it served a variety of functions, the community center and some other uses.
Any questions or discussion for those three properties? Claudia, just to confirm, that's a yes for all three?
Yes.
There's no questions or comments. Would anyone care to make a motion? Joe, thank you. Seconded by David Bergstone. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Thank you. That motion passes. We're on to our last two study list properties.
Okay. All right, so I have only two for you today, after all the other ones we've seen. So I have two study list applications for you today. The first is the Davis Fisher Family Cemetery, and this is located in Beaufort in Carteret County. And I do want to note that Mr. Davis and Ms. Johnson, who are the applicants for this property, are here with us today. So the cemetery is situated in a residential area along Sycamore Drive, northeast of downtown. The Davis Fisher Family Cemetery is a private African-American family cemetery. It contains the burials of approximately 15 members of the Davis and Fisher families, dating from 1906 to 1978, but there are potential for additional unmarked burials, which you'll see in a minute, which you can kind of see in that first, that upper left-hand photo, the depressions, unmarked depression there. Burials in the cemetery are marked with a mixture of upright and reclined marble and granite headstones and footstones with arched rectangular and gabled forms. Iconography, when present, is simple and primarily consists of natural motifs and religious symbols, including crosses. 7 burials also feature brick or concrete raised vaults, which you can see in that top right photo and also in the bottom left. A low concrete retaining wall surrounds the graves of Churchill and Sally Fisher, two of the oldest interments in the cemetery. And there are 5 sunken depressions located in the cemetery that suggest the possibility of additional unmarked burials, which you can kind of see a little bit in that bottom right-hand photo, but you could definitely see in the photo on the previous slide. Many of those interred in the Davis Fisher Family Cemetery, including Churchill and Sally Fisher and Thomas Davis and his wife Venus Fisher Davis, were born into slavery but settled in Beaufort after emancipation. The Davis side of the family can trace their ancestry to those enslaved on Davis Shore plantations, which were located on Davis Shore in Core Sound near Smyrna in Carteret County. So if you ever headed out towards Cedar Island Ferry, it's kind of out that way as you're headed towards the coast. After emancipation, some of the formerly enslaved persons returned to Davis Shore and established Davis Ridge, an African-American coastal community of fishermen, whalers, and boat builders, which was destroyed by a hurricane in 1933. Others, like this branch of the Davis family, made their homes in Beaufort and surrounding communities in Carteret County. And this aerial shows you the general location, most of it's gone, of Davis Shore, which is the larger segment connecting. Davis is at the very, very top. It's kind of that little community on the peninsula. Davis Shore is the area, that the larger area, and then Davis Ridge is that little edge piece there. And that was where the African-American community was. There was a Maidenhead, I think it's called. Maidenhead is like a type of fish processing plant out there, and they were boat builders, they were fishermen. It was a thriving community. But now, unfortunately, there are no resources on Davis Ridge or Davis Shore. There is a cemetery, I believe, associated with the White Davis family in Davis Ridge, but there's potential for enslaved burials, but those haven't been uncovered yet out there. And then Davis Island down here at the bottom was kind of cut off from the rest of the peninsula by a hurricane at some point. And there is more development on that portion on that island, but it's associated with the White Davis family. It's actually owned by Robert Lee Humber, who owns the Humber House in Greenville. That's our office in Greenville. It's a funny coincidence when I was doing the research. Okay. Census records indicate that this branch of the Davis family, headed by matriarch Esther Davis, was living in Davis Ridge in 1870. Like many other residents of Davis Ridge, Esther was born into slavery and, according to family history, lived to be 125 years old. The family moved, exactly. Very impressive if she made it to 100, and especially in like 1870, 1880, if she was really 125. The family moved to Beaufort in the early 1870s, and Thomas Davis, the grandson of Esther Davis and his wife Venus, married his wife Venus in 1872. They had 10 children: Mary, Laura, John, Howard, Hannah, Molly, Leafy, Julius, Thomas, and Mabel. In 1888, the couple purchased 2 lots on Live Oak Street in Beaufort's Black neighborhood, then known as Uniontown. And for those of you that don't know, Uniontown was established around 1862 as basically a refugee camp for enslaved persons freeing slavery during the Union occupation of Beaufort. And it became a refugee camp, kind of a tent camp. There were contraband. They were basically a contraband camp as well, where the people who fled slavery actually were forced to work for the Union Army. There's a very rich history in that section of Beaufort, and it now is the site of the African-American community in Beaufort. So there's an African-American neighborhood that developed out of that. And this is a Sanborn map. This is the 1924-1948 Sanborn map that shows the section of Live Oak Street where the Davises would have lived, I believe. I think I got that right. The Davis Fisher Family Cemetery was established during the early 1900s and at the time, Thomas Davis was employed as a laborer by Thomas Gibbs, a local farmer who owned large tracts of land on the north side of town. Gibbs granted Davis permission to establish a family cemetery on his property. At the time, most African Americans were buried in Beaufort's segregated Ocean View Cemetery, which was established in 1899. According to family history, Gibbs allowed Davis to establish a cemetery on his land due to Davis's work ethic as an employee, as well as a mutual respect between the two men despite racial divides. The Davis Fisher Family Cemetery is the only private Black family cemetery in Beaufort recorded in our HPO database at the time, but there may be others that just haven't been recorded. The cemetery was recently acquired by the descendants of the Davis and Fisher family, who are here with us today, who have established a nonprofit organization to ensure the preservation and maintenance of the cemetery. And this is a portrait of Thomas Davis for you. So since we're dealing with cemeteries, I wanted to give you a quick refresher on the National Register Bulletin. The National Register Bulletin 15, which gives us the criteria for evaluating properties for the National Register, states that there are certain kinds of properties that are not typically considered for eligibility for National Register, and that includes cemeteries, amongst other properties. We dealt with a lot of churches. Churches fall into those categories as well. There's specific additional criteria that we need to consider when we're looking at these kinds of properties, and basically states that a cemetery is eligible if it derives its primary significance from the graves of persons of transcendental importance, from its age, from distinctive design features, and from association with historic events. And the bulletin goes on to state that eligible cemeteries must, quote, embody values beyond personal or family-specific emotions. So when we were looking at this cemetery specifically, we were trying to consider what eligibility argument we might present. We looked at this as a remnant of Davis Ridge, potentially. As I mentioned, there's potentially one cemetery out there that's associated with the White Davis family. And most of those interred in the cemetery either came from Davis Ridge or were descendants of those who came from Davis Ridge. So we looked at it as a potential remnant. Could this represent that greater history? Ultimately, we kind of erred on the side of no, because it did not capture the broader patterns of history there. For Davis Ridge, there's a lot going on at Davis Ridge. There was a shipping and fishing industry, the main head industry, and this cemetery only tells one particular story in association with Davis Ridge. But again, I'd be very interested to hear your thoughts on this once we kind of finish going through everything. So we felt like it probably wouldn't be the best resource to represent the history of Davis Ridge. We also looked at this as a part of Beaufort's African-American history. It's a very unusual arrangement to have a white landowner to give permission to a Black family to establish a cemetery on their property. They originally, Mr. Gibbs retained ownership of the property. It did not go to the Davis family. And it was only recently that the descendants were able to acquire the property with the cemetery itself. So it remained in the Gibbs family for a long time, but burials continued to happen through the 70s. So it's a very interesting and unusual arrangement. But looking at the history of the African-American community in Beaufort, we weren't sure that this, again, was the right resource to represent that history, because it only tells one particular story about one particular family versus the broader picture. And there might be other resources in Beaufort that could better represent that history. Mr. Davis has done extensive research on his family and on Davis Ridge and provided me with a lot of information for the study list application. So I was able to look at all of the individuals interred in the cemetery. And ultimately, some of them are very well educated and accomplished. One of them, I believe, was the first Black policeman in Beaufort who was buried in the cemetery. But did not feel that the contributions and the accomplishments, while wonderful, did not rise to that level of transcendental importance that was noted in the criteria consideration. So really, we were struggling to come up with basically a significance argument for this particular cemetery. And we did not feel it was a good candidate for the study list, but I would be interested to hear your thoughts on, and the committee's thoughts on whether there is a path forward for eligibility.
Yeah, let's take this one individually, this one's property, and before unless there are immediate comments, I'd like to ask the family members if you either like to make a few comments. You're welcome to speak. You don't have to. There's no obligation, no requirement, but you drove this all this way. We welcome your voice if you'd like to.
I still in California.
He did. He came all the way from California.
I'm not a carpetbagger.
Well, what that against you?
This is a lifelong project for me. I'm originally from Connecticut. Father's from Beaufort. I always wanted to go to Beaufort, but never got a chance to. Live in California, got involved with this because of my dad. From then I became my family referred to me when I was doing my research on a book I published in 2014. I was the carpetbagger who was coming in, getting all the family secrets. Little did they know that the matriarch knew who I was, invited me to be here, and wanted me to come in and write the family history. So it's been, and then when it came to the family history, and from there's the cemetery. Growing up, four of the great grand uncles, cousins moved to Connecticut. So I'm in Front Street from the Old Town Jail to the Maiden Fish Factory to the docks, to where the revenues were. So I heard the Davis family, who we were entwined with from Davis Bridge, had an opportunity to meet Sam Gibbs, as well as George Wainwright, who's a friend of ours, who allowed me to come out, go out to Davis Bridge. So this is it's an honor for me and my cousin to have submitted an application, to have gone through writing the book, the family history, and then the next phase, starting with the cemetery. I had no idea that I was going to be the caretaker for the cemetery. In 2019, I live in California. I fly in a boat for once, twice a year. And all of a sudden, here it is. And George Carl Mayshaw said, and his mother, Carl, this time started taking over the family business. When somebody says something like that, you think of the Godfather. Okay, so you do it. But this was totally different. Something that I really enjoy doing, both the research and history on the family and the cemetery, and then finding meeting people that I had never expected to hear. Going out to Davis Ridge, meeting George Wainwright and Mac Baker, who said, Carl, if you'd like, you can go out to the bridge tomorrow, we'll take you out. No, I'm going back. And then meeting others, Sam Gibbs, when I was working on the cemetery. It's all been a blessing. And this too, being around here is a blessing. Good, bad, or indifferent. It's a blessing to be here and to see what happens. I was talking with Lauren earlier, and I'm thinking, this is interesting. I'm an analyst. This is interesting, but I pick things apart too, like you all do, respectively. But it's interesting to see how the process works and realizing that we might not qualify, but now I see how things work. And that's the important thing. At least get it, at least us getting this far.
But from my great grandfather down to my grandfather, and then my mother passed it down to me, and then Carl came in to take care of the cemetery, to make sure it's maintained, make sure people know where it is, and that it's not forgotten. So that's been passed down to me, and I'll pass it on to another family member, and we'll just keep it going.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments, but I'll reserve mine if anyone else would like to speak first.
I guess I'll add a few comments. Looking at the Davis Fisher Cemetery just reminded me of the work I did a few years ago in Durham with the Henderson Historical Cemetery and all the history that lies within the cemeteries. And then going through processes, trying to get the city to try to help, get it back up to a condition that it could be viewed, and the sinkholes and all these other spaces, making sure that it was mapped out correctly so that anybody that was purchasing property didn't intervene using ground penetrating radar to see if there were other bodies that were there. But it causes me to remember also that a lot of history now is being done on just cemeteries. I know some of my students at NCCU, that's part of the things that they're doing. Preservation Durham is actively involved. And I say all this to say, it's not forgotten. We just have to keep it clear enough until we get to it. So we have to keep it at the top of our family members' minds so that, as we get old and may not go, that we start taking younger people with us to keep it going. But those are my comments, because I got to do the same thing for my mom's family.
I have a couple comments. One, for me, this is a yes, personally. I don't have a vote yet, but this is a yes for me for a few reasons. One, as you said in your comments, Lauren, this is the only cemetery you have listed in the database currently for this area. Is that correct? I'm sorry, African American cemetery.
Or private family cemetery.
Private family cemetery.
Yes.
Another point that sticks out to me is that this is unusual. A private African American cemetery is unusual for this time period because most folks are buried in community cemeteries, church or municipal cemeteries. So this is an unusual pattern for me. Whether that's A, B, C, or D, I'm not sure yet, but that's enough for me to say it. And I've made this point before when we've looked at other cemeteries. In some cases, and sometimes in some places, cemeteries are the only property type that are associated with the African American experience. That may or may not be the case here, but I'll make that point one more time, and I will die on that hill.
I'm saying, a similar argument was made for Gear Cemetery and Harrison, that relationship.
And then lastly, I'll just say, last point here. The fact that the family members have made the effort and to be here today tells me a lot. And I don't like the criteria consideration is essentially a barrier for property types like this. So for me, this is an easy yes.
I'd like to say something. It's definitely a yes for me.
Okay.
My wife, when we first got married, wrote the African American history for Winston-Salem. And it really came home to her real strongly that there aren't the things that we're so accustomed to with our records. It's not there in the Black community, and it's because we kept it from. And then we did a whole lot of work for the National Park Service in Martin Luther King District in Atlanta. And it was the same situation. The records were just not there. And so often it's associated with one name on a tombstone made of wood or whatever else. And it's clearly to me that this is exceptional. And the wonderful story of a man of a different race that he must have been ostracized. Not that that's a problem, that's a badge of courage, but he must have been ostracized for this act of kindness to another family. I think this is a wonderful story, and it's a yes, yes.
Well, if I can, this is a part of it. This is the book that I wrote. It contains 9 generations dating back to 1745. That's part of it. And it all says the cemetery.
I have a copy of that as well at my office.
We've had the opportunity to work in New Bern recently, and it makes me think of the story of New Bern. And for locals there, they always talk about what could have been but never was, and it's tied to the 1898 riots there when there was a thriving community where people from all backgrounds were working together, and it fell apart. And it reminds me that there are all these embedded stories, like the story of your family that you were alluding to, that we don't have a way to understand. We need a way in, and our criteria that we work with, while very well intentioned, isn't designed to capture things like this. love to see this be an opportunity to challenge some of that criteria and see if there are other ways that we should be thinking about this.
Have you, interacted with the Park Service about this?
We have not spoken to the Park Service about this property, but we certainly can ask them for feedback, if you think that would be helpful. And, we have, let's see, I'm trying to think of any other information that you might find useful. Just in terms of African-American burials, my knowledge, the majority of them are in Ocean View Cemetery in Beaufort. There is obviously older cemeteries because we have the old burying grounds, which are very, very old. I'm not sure where I'm sure it is associated with maybe churches. I'm not sure what, again, when I searched our database, I didn't find any information. And when you search, and when I looked for other comparable cemeteries, not just private cemeteries, but public ones or church-related cemeteries, there weren't a lot of information. Most of it came up for Ocean View. So I'm not sure if there's another location in Beaufort where there are more Black burials, where kind of that period between emancipation and Ocean View being established in 1899. That was the first, I think, public place where African Americans could bury their dead. I'm not sure about other private or other church cemeteries. That wasn't really something that was readily available, at least. I know that I did look at the context that Peter Sandbeck did for African American resources in Beaufort, and there wasn't really a lot of mention of cemeteries either. I'm trying to think of other things that I looked at that might be helpful information just as you're thinking about this.
Well, in terms of the possibility that it's being read as part of the history of Davis Shore, I know you said that it doesn't capture the full history, but it does very well speak to a migration pattern that transcends just this one family's history. And that, as I hear your presentation, sounds like a very strong argument.
Yeah.
There's not too much, didn't find a lot of research about Davis Ridge and about other resources like this one that might be other family resources that might represent that history. Again, most of the resources on Davis Ridge are gone, and when they moved, people moved kind of all over the place. So we weren't sure if there were other resources that would be better representations, not to say that you can't have multiple resources to represent that history. So that was kind of the hesitation, was where we were concerned that there were other resources that maybe would better represent. But again, you can have multiple resources that represent that history, especially in a place where you have very few, if any, resources left, except for that one cemetery out that way.
I think that's the answer.
Okay.
Because if it doesn't exist and this does.
Yeah. This is what we know of.
Yeah, we have to go with what we have.
Well, you're not hurting my feelings at all. I've been working with Mr. Davis and Ms. Johnson for a while now, and it's been such a privilege to work with them on this. I've learned so much about Davis Ridge and about the Black history of Beaufort through this experience and being involved with them. And they've been just such great stewards of that cemetery and its history. So glad that they have, they've cleared it out. They've got someone to help them with maintenance. So it really is in wonderful hands. And I'm so glad they were able to join us today. Right. Do you want me to move on to my next one?
Let me take this one just so we can resolve this one. I'd like to entertain a motion, if anyone care to make it, for recommending approval for study listing. Move. Second. Thank you. Joe, those in favor, please say aye. Mr. Clark.
Aye.
All right, thank you. That is approved.
Very
Very
good.
Being here tonight. Appreciate it very much.
Yes.
We're on to our last property.
On to our last property, which is the Jacob W. Higgs House in Greenville. This one's just down the road from my office in Greenville. The Higgs House is located in Pitt County in Greenville. It is situated along Dickinson Avenue at the corner of Dickinson and Pennsylvania Avenues in a formerly residential area. Many of the houses on Dickinson Avenue, there used to be houses all up and down Dickinson Avenue that have since been lost. And it is now transitioned to like a mixed use commercial residential. There's a lot of auto shops all along Dickinson Avenue now. All right. The Jacob W. Higgs House is a transitional Queen Anne colonial revival style residence constructed circa 1903 for Jacob Wilson Higgs and his family. Higgs was born in Halifax County near Scotland Neck. In 1883, he moved to Greenville to work at his uncle's bookstore. Higgs later opened a clothing store in 1890 and later also opened a large wholesale grocery and general store with his brothers Edward and Sidney. The Higgs brothers helped to establish several other Greenville businesses, including the Higgs Taft Furniture Store, the Bank of Pitt County, the Farmers Bank, the State Bank, and the Greenville Textile Mill. Higgs and his brother Edward developed Greenville's Higgs neighborhood on the west side of town, which is one of the first suburbs in Greenville. And you can see this map is from 1930. Kind of down in that bottom left-hand corner, there's a chunk that says Higgs Bros, and that's the Higgs neighborhood. And if you drive down, I think it's 10th Street nowadays, there's two big pillars that say Higgs on them to mark where the neighborhood started. All three Higgs brothers, as well as several members of the Higgs family, constructed homes in this new subdivision. The Jacob W. Higgs House is a two-story hip roof frame transitional Queen Anne colonial revival style residence. According to family history, the house was completed in 1903, but evidence suggests that the interiors were not finished until 1905. In keeping with the style, the house exhibits asymmetrical massing with multiple bay projections and pedimented gables that are clad in novelty siding, shingles, and have starburst ornamentation, which you can kind of sort of see in that top left-hand photo. It features a wide wraparound porch that shelters a double-leaf entry with half-light wood panel doors flanked by side lights and topped by a leaded glass transom. This house has been abandoned for quite some time, or empty, vacant for some time. So you'll see that once we get to the interior, there's currently plywood covering the door. But this is the wraparound porch, and it also retains a porte cochere, which you can see in that top right-hand photo, as well as, 1/1 double hung wood windows and weatherboard siding. Along the interior, it also retains a high degree of historic fabric. The house has a wide central stair with rooms arranged to either side. The central hall features paneled wainscoting and an ornate wood ceiling screen with spindlework ornamentation. The front and rear stairs feature ornate paneled newel posts and turned balustrades. So this is your front entry as you walk in. There's two doors off to the side. Those French doors were added in the 1920s, and they provide access to rooms off to the side. You can see that screen, that decorative screen there at the top, and there's a little bit of a closer image of it up here in this picture. And then the front door is in that bottom left-hand photo as well. That shows, you can see the leaded glass transom above. Okay. These photos show the balustrade on the second floor, as well as the rear stairs. Both the front and rear stairs come up into the same second story landing, and they're literally that door that you see in the bottom right-hand photo leads out into your main hallway back to the main stairs. So you're just like a hallway away from two sets of stairs for some reason. And the back stairs, which are usually more simple, are just as ornate as the front stairs. All of the doors in the house have these simple wood surrounds with starburst ornamentation in the corner blocks. And as I said, these glass doors down on the first floor were installed in the 1920s. All of the rooms in the house, both first and second floor throughout, have these pressed tin metal ceilings with pressed tin moldings, as well as ceiling medallions for all the lights fixtures. And this is throughout the entire house. These were installed by, we believe, by Mr. Higgs's brother-in-law, Howard Dixon, who was in, I guess, the pressed tin ceiling business. So the house is like decked in these. They are everywhere, and they are very, very intact. The interior of the house also features plastered walls with wood floors, some of which are currently covered with carpet, but we believe they're underneath the carpet. The mantles were ordered from McClamrock Mantle Company in Greensboro and reflect a variety of styles from simple to ornate, and they all would have been coal burning at this point. These are two kind of attic rooms. Those pedimented gables on the front have these little attic rooms that are accessible from the second floor, and you can kind of see a little bit of the framing and the roof. The roof was originally slate, but it's since been replaced with asphalt shingle and metal combination. There's also a outbuilding, probably from the early 20th century, to the rear of the house. It's unclear if this is an original outbuilding that was moved somewhere from elsewhere on the property, or if this kind of came in maybe the 20s or 30s, but it's probably a contributing resource. Jacob W. Higgs died in 1959, and his wife, Sadie Dixon Higgs, remained in the house until her death in 1975. The house was then rented to several tenants until it was leased to two ECU professors who opened the Gathering Place restaurant, which operated from 1978 to 1980. The house then became a Chinese restaurant and then was used as housing for ECU students before it was purchased by Bishop Arizona Hartsfield and James Anthony Brown in 1987. The Higgs House was converted into the Faith House, which provided housing for those in need. So despite all those uses, many various uses, it is remarkably intact. This is just more of the exciting, like the beautiful ceiling. This is actually, when you're looking at the stairwell and you're looking straight up, it's on the second floor ceiling. And it goes all the full length of that hallway. Let's see, the Higgs House was determined eligible for listing in the National Register in 2007 as a result of Section 106 project for the 10th Street Connector. According to the review letter, the property is eligible under criterion C in the area of architecture as a, quote, locally significant example of the transitional Queen Anne colonial revival style that emerged in the early 20th century, end quote. It was also designated as a local landmark in 1993. And since it was determined eligible, and our office sent that letter saying that it was eligible, it has not undergone any substantial alterations, really. It's still very intact, and from what I can tell, it remains intact. Looking at other examples in Greenville, there are a lot of houses built during this time period, some of which are similar style. Many of them are simple, like these two examples here. This is the James and Mary Hart House and the Randolph House in Greenville. And they're both fairly simple examples, very restrained, less ornamentation, not quite as high style. The best comparable property is the Jesse R. Moy House. And this is on West 5th Street. I literally walked down the street to get this picture of the house. And it was listed in the National Register, and it's also a local landmark. Like the Higgs House, the Moy House is an example of a transitional Queen Anne colonial revival style residence, as evident in the asymmetrical form, the pediment gables, the big large wraparound porch. It also retains a high degree of integrity, including its historic wood windows and weatherboard siding. These photos are from our survey file. They're from the 90s, I believe, but I did see some recent photos on social media. It's currently owned by a professor at ECU who's a music teacher, and he does concerts. So there's a lot of pictures online. I just didn't include them because I didn't have permission, but I can verify the house as of like 2021 looked very much intact. As you can see, it's incredibly similar to the Higgs House. The entry stair, which you see in that top left photo, has pretty much the exact same configuration. The ceiling screen is the same. The balustrade on the second floor is very similar. And that's not surprising because Jesse Moy was actually the brother-in-law of Mr. Higgs. So he married Mr. Higgs's sister, and it's thought that Higgs hired the same architect that Moy used to build this house, whose name was, where is his name? Herbert W. Simpson, but that hasn't been confirmed. There's no official record that he hired the same architect, but it seems pretty likely that he did. So the difference between the Moy House really is that it has been somewhat altered because it's owned by an ECU professor who hosts concerts in his home. One of the rooms has been, or I think maybe two of the rooms have been combined, and then the ceiling has been modified, probably for acoustics, and then modern lighting has been installed. The modern photos I saw online also show a couple of other rooms that have been altered. But beyond that, it remains remarkably intact. The Higgs House is also really distinguished by those interiors, just the elaborate interiors, especially those ceilings, really distinguish it as a very unique example of this style in Greenville. So therefore, staff recommends placing the Jacob W. Higgs House on the state study list for its potential significance under criterion C. That's my presentations. That's the Higgs House.
Let's questions, discussion.
See all those examples of different materials.
Yeah.
Always a salesman or somebody connected with companies, making a showroom of things.
Yeah. And this was definitely because it's the Higgs neighborhood and this is the Higgs house. This is definitely like a showpiece. I think they were really going for a showpiece house, and it's just the ceilings are amazing. I have not been in this house, but I can't wait to get into this house. The current owners are in the process of clearing it out, and I'm excited to do a site visit to go see it.
Really cool house.
Yeah.
No further discussion? Anyone care to make a motion? Thank you, David. Is there a second?
Second.
Fred Belden, and those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Clark? Yeah, we don't lie. All right.
All right.
We are through the agenda, which is great. I don't know what time it is, but Pretty well, 3:15, doing well. So before we adjourn, just a couple of things, just a reminder for all the committee members to fill out your paperwork if you need reimbursements, and give those to Sharon before we leave. And Ramona, do you want to give any closing comments?
I just like to thank all of you for your ability to hang through a very long agenda, which is all reflective of our staff's hard work and our constituents who care to see these places preserved. So I just want to thank you all for your service as always. Thank you.
With that said, anyone care to make a motion to adjourn? Anything?
Move to adjourn.
All right, thank you, David. So is there a second? Second, Mary Beth, Dr. Fitz, all right. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, Mr. Clark?
Aye.
All right. See everyone in February. Yeah. We'll see.